Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody, hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got the Steel Man. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome, 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 and of course, never lucky Rubber Ducky. Very good to see you guys. What is going on? What is going on? And we also got Zippy, the Lee. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said, I am here. Who is this Rob dude? Rob is Rob Noerr, who is going to be on the channel for our next stream. He is, we're going to go through a bunch of his stuff. If you don't know who he is, if you do, you're going to enjoy it. And, part of the Crucible, and hopefully my way to break in and let the Crucible, as well as the rest of the world, know that MAGA atheism can be a thing and definitely should be. What did I want to say? I don't remember. But yeah, we're going to, just go over some of his stuff, just a couple of debates that he's been in. I had to sneak in a couple updates about the Hassan, the Hassan Shock Gate. But yes, Rob will be here with me live Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you are there. All right, let's just dive in. As always, guys, if you can't hear the video, please do let me know.
Well, no, mostly I just wanted to come check in on you. It seems like you've been greatly wounded by the verbal attacks and mean words of the left.
It's not so much the verbal attacks and the mean words. That's fine.
So obviously we got Rob over here.
It's like this, right? If someone tells you, like, I hate you, I hope you die, I hope your children die. Hey, you want to go out for a cup of coffee? You're like, no, I'm good, right? Now, you may have suspected that your coworker didn't like you, but once they come out like that, it's like, okay, good. I don't want to deal with you anymore. And so that's what I'm seeing. And it's not just that. It's not just their mean words. It's like, well, Charlie Kirk did get killed. And, ICE agents were shot at and detainees got killed. And they are being attacked like as...
Oh, we got early Hungry Dance? No, just hiding. Just hiding.
On a day-to-day basis.
No shocks
for him. By people that, by the way, wanted me censored for criticizing the 2020 election and were able to achieve it, and wanted me censored for conversations I had about the pandemic and were successful there. And now they engage in all this shit and actively cheer it on. And I'm supposed to be like, oh, okay.
You're acting like all these offenses are done by the same entity, right?
Sure.
Charlie Kirk, you've got a wacko who shot a guy.
Just a wacko. Just a random wacko.
Right. Of course, you can
ICE
say
is not working with Charlie Kirk's kill.
Okay, so let me put it this way. Do you remember the clip on Bill Maher's show where Ben Affleck sort of became infamous for fucking with why can I never remember Sam
Harris? Oh, I used to love Sam Harris so very much, but he has fallen off. So if you're not familiar, again, Rob is really a high-level debater, very good at what he does. I would, maybe 6 months ago, I would say something like he's the destiny of the right, but things have changed. But in terms of, he's a quick thinker, he's very analytical, he's very good at breaking things down in the moment, and just dispensing of stupid people. That's what we could say, right? We gonna do an update about that for sure. But this is who I really want to bring on and kind of throw my ideas at him and be like, well, hey, what do you think? Especially because he is part of the Crucible. So again, this isn't directly relevant to that. This is kind of, this is a clip that he dropped today, and then a clip that I saved from a while ago where he debates a woman who thinks that she is God.
Sam Harris, right? Do you remember? You know what I'm talking about? Where Ben Affleck's like, that's racist. That's racist. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. But what Sam was talking about there was he was talking about Islam, and he was like, so here's the problem that we see. Polling shows over and over again that this is a problem with Islam. Just like, and I want you to think about this with the left in the United States and draw comparisons. There's a very small percentage of people in Islam that are actually willing to use violence or terrorism. Right.
And we got the Steel Man back in the building. Welcome. Yeah, this is one from today. And actually, I'm not too familiar with Powder Dusty, the other guy here. I was on a couple panels with him, so I'm subscribed to his channel, but I never really looked into what he was doing. So I don't know too much about him. I did think he was more on the right, but he seems to be coping for the left now. So let's see.
Percentage of people in Islam that are actually willing to use violence or terrorism, right? Which
Sure.
that's fine. You could say that.
And we were just talking about this. We were just talking about how, in relation to Charlie Kirk, that in Islam, even though technically most people will poll that violence in the name of their God is not okay, they also will be like, well, I would never do that. But I mean, if you're going to stone the apostate, then I ain't going to stop you. Just like the left.
About any group. You could say that. You could take the most bullshit centrist politician. There's probably some fucking nut out there, some John Fetterman fan, or
there's none of those.
But yeah, he's still
There's a few.
going to win, bro, here in PA. Nonetheless, you see the point. They could do something fucking crazy, even if it's a milquetoast, right? So yes, you accept that. You don't blame an entire political movement because there's one lunatic. The problem that Sam Harris is talking about with Islam is the next group of people, and that's that 25%, and this is polled over and over again, 25% of people that are Muslims in countries around the world celebrate and justify those that are committing terrorism on their behalf.
I don't remember exactly what we were talking about. The last time I brought up Bill Maher's documentary, Religulous, that was part of it, where he was, I don't remember exactly where, but it was either in like Dearborn, Michigan or overseas. I can't remember, but he was asking a bunch of questions like, well, is this okay? Is that okay? And then just dodgy. It was like 5 or 6 different Muslim people. And they're like, no, of course, we're the religion of peace. And Bill will be like, well, what about this? We're like, well, that didn't actually happen like that. And they're talking about a specific passage where it says, if a husband commands a wife and she doesn't listen, then you can beat her. And they're all trying to say, oh yeah, well, it's just like a symbolic thing, like just like that. It doesn't mean that you could actually beat your wife. It's like what we all know what you're doing here. You're coping. Steelman says he's basically a base libertarian that doesn't accept Paul's ideas of Christianity, but instead accepts Jesus's red letters. Well, there you go. This is the kind of stuff where I need you guys here, to help fill in what the conversation that we're going to have is going to be, because it's not a debate. It's not. I was specifically like, I don't want to debate you. I will lose. So I'm not interested in that, at least not right now. I'm interested in having a discussion and getting your thoughts on what I'm doing, what my message is, all that stuff. So especially if you're new here, that will be a great stream for you. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. We got Guam Tech in the building. And yeah, the reason that Rob is coming is Guam Tech. As I tell you guys all the time, I can chirp at these people, but it just takes one of you to be like, hey, have you ever checked out the Indian Jesus? And now he's coming on the channel. Thank you, Guam Tech. He said, liked and shared. My goodness. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff helps out so much. It's easy. It's free. And I don't know what to tell you. It really does help. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Let's dive right back in.
Celebrate and justify those that are committing terrorism on their behalf, right? That's the Democratic Party. When you see Charlie Kirk killed and you see thousands upon thousands of people that are like, yes, this is a good thing and it should happen to more people, that's the problem. When you see when you see polling that suggests 55% of Democrats say that they could at least somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump, and the polls are they show this over and over. And over
that's
and
freedom
over.
Of speech. What if that's not the problem? That's the solution.
Well, that's exactly my point.
People are always going to be nuts, right?
Right.
People are always going to be nuts. Having them do it out in the public is
okay. Where have I suggested censoring them? I haven't suggested that. I'd say go for it.
You have to. I've heard you at least a handful of times this stream.
Said what?
Complain about these people being allowed to be on YouTube.
No.
Well, are they breaking TOS?
I said that the way that
you've done that about Destiny.
Okay, right. The way that the enforcement went, that parlors kicked off and Gabs kicked off, and that people like me are kicked off for benign offenses while people are allowed to call for people's deaths.
That makes a lot more sense. He's not saying, and again, I'm speculating based on what he's saying right now. I don't know his previous comments that Dusty is referring to, but it sounds like he's saying, well, look, if they get to say all these things, then why are you giving me shit for much smaller infractions?
Do you think that you right now should be allowed to call for the murder of Donald Trump and be allowed to remain on YouTube?
Is that what happened?
I'm asking if you think that.
probably that might be stepping over the line.
Okay,
I'm
so I'm
almost a free speech absolutist, but
Okay, but you admit there's a
go.
line. There's a line that we would say, okay, once that line's crossed, we understand that you shouldn't be allowed to say those things public. Like, I shouldn't be allowed to come on and advocate for this specific death and say, you people should specifically murder this person. I think we could agree that's beyond the pale.
We can agree with that.
Right.
Specific calls to violence are no-go.
Sure. So then the question becomes, at what point do we enforce those? Now, I would even say that I'm probably looser than some people, because I would say you have to take into account whether or not someone's being hyperbolic or joking, right?
Right.
Like when Sam Hyde says, after that boxing match, I want Hassan next. I'm going to skin him and wear a suit like an Irishman. I think he's joking. I don't think that that's literally him suggesting he's going to do that, right? But if people are calling for specific, so I'll give you an example.
All right, before that example, it is a little bit too warm in here. I got to get my fan on.
Lastly, you were talking about...
And of course, unlike Hassan, not only do I not shock my dog, but I'm not going to do a chair react. So check this out real quick. I'll be back in a second.
Cassell, like, America is better being less polarized and more like in union. I think Charlie Kirk was a polarizing figure who knew that the more polarizing shit he says, the more he can get outrage from the left and get attention based on that. He grifted off of that, and that leads to the exact violence that he's now a victim of.
Grifting.
But
I was going to a place and letting anybody speak to you and having a impromptu debate. How was that grifting?
Because again, there's a cycle between generating outrage from the left.
Okay, can you define
more attention?
Can you define what you mean by grifting? Maybe I'll agree with you, but I don't know what you mean by that. Can you define what you mean by grifting?
Yeah, somebody who does something like media or something like that for the money.
Oh, damn! I'm a grifter.
Mel, really quickly, like somebody who will sell out their values. They don't
every person in media
care about media, for example.
So even if
like
you do it for money, then you're a grifter.
Yeah, that makes media grifters. That makes every journalist a grifter. That makes every news reporter a grifter. Yeah.
For one thing, media literacy is an entire course that you can take. And guess what? It teaches you that that's not how media is supposed to work. There are people who definitely commodify it. And I say that there is grifting in mainstream media also, but definitely not all media and certainly not independent media.
All right. Shout out to Mel. If you would like to watch that clip in full, I just put it in the chat. And boy, it gets interesting. All right. Zippy said TOS non-enforcement is nuts. If people make a living online through these sites, TOS has to be clear and enforced by law, i.e. only clear violations can get you banned or suspended. That's how it should work. That's how it should work. But clearly, that's not how it is. I will say that it does seem like YouTube is significant, like really bad, but still significantly better than Twitch in terms of throttling people's channels. I don't go on Twitch, so in terms of, you guys would have to tell me in terms of the chat how censorious they are, but definitely in terms of pushing channels. Like I was at like 3,000 subs on here, and literally like 5 followers on Twitch. Crazy. So, all right, what's the example we're doing here?
Suggesting he's going to do that, right? But if people are calling for specific, so I'll give you an example. When Vosh says, after a Patriot Prayer member was murdered by a member of Antifa, Michael Reinhold was the name of the guy that murdered him, right? When Vosh is talking about that and he's saying things like, well, there's a genocide against trans people, and shouldn't we stop Hitler before he's coming? And then he says, I envision a world where people are taking shots out windows at Patriot Prayer. Should he be allowed to say that?
Yeah.
It's called for death. It's called for violence.
It could be interpreted that way, but it's not a specific call.
Okay, so
it's whimsical. It's whimsical.
It's whimsical?
I don't agree with it, first of all, but somebody sitting around fantasizing about a chaotic world, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm definitely more fine with that than I am with
what I want. But this is why I dispense. This is why I like talking to you, but I dispense with your argument here because
I'm done with you.
The very people that wanted me censored for almost nothing, now you're like, well, you shouldn't call for their... I'm not actually calling for their censorship. What I'm doing is pointing out the double standard.
That's a big difference. Saying, look at these two things, and they're not the same. One of these things is not like the other. It's not calling for anything. Twitter's crazy too. Really? I thought that was free speech was legal again. Ban for spam. Replying as I doom scroll. I thought they wanted people to use the site. I'm telling you guys, X is the absolute worst platform. Get on TikTok. That is where it's at.
I'm not actually calling for their censorship. What I'm doing is pointing out the double standard. I'm saying that if it's going to be enforced upon Gab and Parler and people like me and millions of other people that we were censored, how can the same groups that did that look at people that are saying shit like this and say they're allowed to stay on the platform?
So if they're going to violate an ideal, why wouldn't you violate the same ideal?
No, that's not the point.
That sounds like the point.
So let me tell you, do you believe that there were racist police officers in the Jim Crow South?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would say this. If you sat there one day and you watch these police officers pull over just black people for speeding, right? And they're going 51 mile an hour and the limit's 50 in this town. So they pull them over and over and over. Now you watch white people driving by 80 mile an hour and they never pull them over.
I mean, we've all gotten banned from TikTok. TikTok is definitely censorious, but you just make another account. I'm on my 5th account, and what I've realized is TikTok prioritizes people just talking, like just holding your phone up and talking. When you repurpose content, it for whatever reason, and it's not just me, I've heard other people say this as well, that reposting, but you can much more easily make another account. Whereas if you're banned on YouTube, that's a whole other thing. And yeah, they're all bad. But the aspect of TikTok that I like is that YouTube and X specifically push the people that already have a platform. And so there's a class of people who are likely to get seen, and then everybody else is just in the dark. Where on TikTok, you could be a nobody. And I did a video on Hassan. Actually, I think I posted it here as well. So what the first short that I posted on YouTube with Hassan, that got over 200,000 views, and I have like 1.3K followers. So it's a very small, and I don't really like build it over there. Like that's just for me and whatever. But you can be seen and you can talk to people, and because you can be seen, then you can find other people to talk to. Instead, on X, you're just shouting into the wind. All right, let's go back to this. What he's talking about here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you would say this. If you sat there one day and you watch these police officers pull over just black people for speeding, right? And they're going 51 mile an hour and the limit's 50 in this town. So they pull them over and over. Now you watch white people driving by 80 mile an hour and they never pull them over, right? Your argument would be, fuck them blacks, they broke the law. And I'd say, yeah, but this is clearly racist. It's clear that they're not going after the white. You'd say, oh, so your principle is the black should be allowed to violate the law because the whites can?
That is how you want to surgically dismantle a bad argument, because what he is talking about, the way that he framed Rob's argument of why are you going after the left-wing people for what they're saying if you're so free speech, is very different than as he framed it. And when you reframe it and you're able to use an example that he can understand, then you win. There's a whole lot of meta play to moderation. It's fuckery. Minds and Discord is where I will rant, though. I will have a new Twitter account just for promoting my shit. No commentating. I can put shorts on TikTok too. Yeah, and that's the name of the game. I think that there is a hunger for that authenticity of just picking up the phone and talking instead of like, a well-established thing, specifically on TikTok. But I don't know if you guys saw, but Sneeko, of all people, was reinstated on YouTube, and he's now doing Project X. He's like, oh, X is going to be the next one. I'm going to be putting all my videos there, and da-da-da-da. So, I mean, he said this himself in the video, but one thing you can't say about Sneeko is that he hasn't been a little bit ahead of his time at every turn. So we'll see. I mean, we're live on X right now. Every stream goes live on X, but people don't watch live streams on X, so we will see.
See how fucking stupid you sound?
But we're not living there, though.
Sure,
that's the thing. That's
what?
Like you sound stupid, and I sound like I'm aware of my surroundings.
What does living there have to do with whether or not you pull over white or black people?
What?
I would, if you told me that cops were predominantly racist now, I'd be like, no, stop being victims. Black people, white people get arrested too and pulled over.
You're right that it's not specifical racism to racism. What we're talking about is a two-tier enforcement of justice. Can you show me one city in the country where right-wingers are attacking federal buildings over and over and over again while the local politicians and police stand down and allow it to occur? Can you show me one?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Right.
Can you show me the example when we're specifically saying, do you dispute that thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of right-wingers were censored on places like YouTube for questioning the pandemic or questioning the 2020 election?
Of course
Okay.
they were. And it was,
Do you
and it was
question
bullshit,
that-
and it was bullshit, but doing more bullshit isn't a good way to address it.
Is it a two-tier enforcement that the way that they allow the left to get away with shit
It's-
that's even
well,
worse?
With YouTube, I don't even know if I agree that it's left versus right. I think it's, as well as I do, YouTube is just fucking just wild with how it enforces things. There's no consistency at all.
He's making the same exact error in logic, that just because there is a bias where more conservatives will get banned than left-leaning channels doesn't mean it's not a left-right thing. Like, you can, I mean, fine, if you want to make the argument that there's a third factor, and then you have to present that, but that's not the question that we're having.
But it's certainly, it may be true that I think that it's less left versus right and more about institutional bias versus people that are against the institution. For example, you can see left-wingers like...
True, yeah. We talk about like far left people calling for violence and stuff. There's probably less of that being banned, but definitely stuff like that being banned. But that doesn't make it not a left-right thing. And so again, if you guys are going to be here on Wednesday, I would love if you could, while you're watching this, keep in mind, this is who Rob is. This is what Rob thinks. I would love to know what he thinks about Lutch in this respect. I want to have a lot of good questions that just not, what do you think about me? Like that's going to take 10 minutes where, I have my spiel about, morality and whether it applies to people, open the door, all that stuff. I can lay that out pretty quickly and he'll be able to understand it very quickly. So I definitely need your guys' help. Like what would you want to ask me if you had the level of knowledge and reading that Rob does? Shout out to Quality and Deference because vagina. Welcome, said, liked, and shared. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Again, guys, those likes really do help, and sharing is a huge, even if you don't think anybody's going to click on the link, just by you telling YouTube, Rumble, or X that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. God herself, we will get to God herself. Don't you worry. Welcome.
More about institutional bias versus people that are against the institution. For example, you can see left-wingers like Jimmy Dore that would get fucked as well, right? But it's basically those that are criticizing establishment points of views, right? And
I did not.
Like, I don't know how you could say like, well, it's not the same as like the example you give in the Jim Crow South. That's literally the exact same sort of foundational concept that we're talking about. We have one person that's like, I want people to shoot at conservatives. I want that. And you're like, there's a sense of whimsy, right? And I'm like, nonetheless,
that was a bad word for that.
You acknowledge that people were kicked off. Scores of people were kicked off for far less shit when it came, right? And I'm like, can't you see the double tier? And you're like, well, we're not living in the Jim Crow South, but we're living in a two-tier system.
How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday, Dusty?
What I'm suggesting to you is that two-tier system, whether it be through a corporation that has so much influence or more importantly through government entities, is unacceptable. It's foundational to sort of our legal system or our sort of idea of what the legal system should be that we have.
It's the first time we're doing this, but we are going with the like filter. So I need 4 more likes before the filter goes away.
Have an equal enforcement of justice, and we could see over and over again that that's not the case. So for you to dismiss it and be like, well, it sounds like their words are upsetting you, and you're suggesting that you should be allowed to break concepts because of them is fucking nonsensical.
No, it's not. You're definitely being a sensitive victim.
I'm not.
You're definitely being hyperbolic when you say that the left is the only party of violence.
Did I say that?
Yes.
No. Show me.
Pull your short up.
Okay. The short I just did this morning, I said the left.
Lupin, yeah.
The left is the only party of.
Oh, we're coming in with receipts. That's
what this says.
There's 1 like. That's it.
Something to that effect. That may not be exact.
We got 1 like. Let's get 3 more. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. So I want to know why Crucible people blame libertarians who have never had any influence on politics for everything socialists, communists, and Republicans do. Well, damn, that would be a very interesting question to ask when Rob gets here. So hopefully you guys will be here 8 p.m. There's another like, just 2 more likes, and we get rid of this filter, guys. It's free to like the video. Double tap that screen.
Phrasing,
baby.
but yes, that is
Three,
the
one more.
So you tell me if this. Now I want you. Now what we're gonna do, Dusty, is we'll play a game. If you're right, I apologize. I'll give you the rest of the I'll give you the rest of the video to talk about whatever you want. If you're wrong, you're banned forever from the channel. Fair deal?
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
All right. Now, Dusty's
So okay.
going to say that
Can you
I
full
said.
screen me? Can you full screen me while we for a second so that we can look at my shirt, the Proud Boy shirt from what
I don't know if I can.
to act like violence or there's only extremists on one side is obviously
Okay, now you're just to be clear, you're going to say this video is going to be saying the left is the only party of violence.
That was a claim from Dusty.
Be clear, you're going to say this video is going to be saying the left is the only party of violence.
something to that effect. I'm sure
Okay,
it wasn't those
here we go.
exact words.
Now we're walking it back. Well, something like that.
This is the one you're talking about, right?
Seeing reports of Tesla buildings being attacked, people that drive Teslas having their cars vandalized. There's other stories of people that are suggesting on places like Reddit that Elon Musk and Donald Trump may need to be taken out. Make no mistake about it.
If you're just listening, the caption says the left will become more violent as they lose power.
I've said for years, all of the insane violence that we saw coming from the left, from places like Antifa, from way back when you saw them rioting at places like Berkeley to prevent people from going in to hear the terrible Ben Shapiro from speaking, riots that we saw on college campus, them locking Riley Gaines into a room, not letting her go out, other attacks that we saw all across this country during the Black Lives Matter, the Chaz Zone, all of this stuff. The irony was all of this was occurring while the left had institutional power. And I said, if you think this violence is bad now, wait until they start losing those connections to institutional power. Now, they had direct connections in the sense that there were cultural connections, such as the people that were running things were advocating policies and at least paying lip service to the issues that these radical...
Even now, I have the I don't know what you would call it, but I want to press down on the screen and put it in 2x. I don't know how you guys survive with short form content that you can't speed up, but once you get to TikTok, you'll know what you were missing.
Things were advocating policies and at least paying lip service to the issues that these radical leftists wanted, such as Trans America, Black Lives Matter, etc. But now we're starting to find out that there are connections possibly in the terms of financial connections where we see NGOs that were possibly financing institutions that were leading to these sorts of people that then went on and engaged in different attacks. So,
I haven't heard the word only or something that suggests one side.
I forgot to mention those against pro-life centers. Remember the FBI?
One side only.
I couldn't get to those because most of those attacks occurred in the evening. Remember that's what Chris Wray, head of the FBI, said? I predict that as we see these NGOs start to collapse and the funding dries up and the cultural shift starts going the other way, that these groups will become more desperate. Initially, they won't understand that they can't get away with it with impunity like the majority of the Black Lives Matter riots, and there will actually be consequences if there's any justice in this world. So you're about to see what I would predict would be an uptick in violence that occurs from these left-wing groups. They feel morally righteous. They've been gaslit into believing their opponents are Nazis, and you're justified in doing whatever you want against Nazis. They become more brazen in non-violent attacks, such as going after J.D. Vance when he's walking with his daughter, and violent attacks in the form of vandalism and other things that we see, up to and possibly including things such as assassinations, which we've seen 2 attempts so far against Trump. So gird your loins. We're probably going to see more of these violent reactions from the left, and it'll all be smugly ignored, cheered on, or wink, wink, nudge, nudge from people in positional power in the establishment and on the left.
So he very clearly said the left will get violent and the left will get more violent. What he did not say is that the right is not violent and the left is the only thing that the only side that is violent. So O'Connor is saying to add to Liberty, Liberty saying I want to know why Crucible people. So in case you didn't know, Rob is one of the Crucible people. Why they blame libertarians who have never had any influence on politics for everything socialists, communists, and Republicans do. And then Equality adds, the Crucible clowns want Christian nationalism, even though the overwhelming majority of presidents, congressmen, senators are fucking Christians. Sounds like what they want. I'm confused at what you're saying. You're saying they want Christian nationalism, and now we're getting a bunch of Christians in the nationalistic thing. Are you saying it's bad, or are you saying they're not getting it? I'm a little confused with that. But diving back in, clearly, that is not what Rob said.
Okay. Did I say there only the left uses violence?
No, and like I said, it's
Something like that.
general sentiment, right? Okay. You have one party at fault here, one radical extreme, Do you think that there's extremists on the right?
Sure. Now, did anything I say in that video, was anything I said inaccurate?
Yeah, I mean the whole presentation, yes, it was inaccurate.
And what was inaccurate?
Right. I don't like that rhetorical thing, because that's not what people think of when you say Christian nationalism. So if you want just the government to be mostly Christian, then it's very clear that you're using that as a buzzword to get attention instead of convince people. And I mean, fair enough, play your game, but don't get mad at me when I'm like, hey, that's not actually helping.
The whole presentation, yes, it was inaccurate.
And what was inaccurate? What specifically? What do you want?
Liberty, I hope you are here on Wednesday.
You want to play it again, and then I'll pause after each statement. You can show me which is inaccurate.
Give me the first part again.
So again, Equality said they want Christian nationalism, even though the overwhelming majority of the government are fucking Christians. The point is, they act as though Christian magic will solve all problems when the people fucking everything up are Christians. Superstition is clearly not the solution. Well, I'm glad I asked for clarification. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. It's like if more Christianity equals better government, then we should already be there. Why is the government getting worse as it's maintained at least a reasonable level of religiosity? That's a good point. What you've lied about, or what he lied about? Did somebody say you lied?
Do you want to play it again, and then I'll pause after each statement? You can show me which is inaccurate.
Give me the first part again.
Okay.
Oh, this ain't gonna work out for you, brother.
Reports of Tesla buildings being attacked, people that drive Teslas having their cars vandalized. There's other stories of people that are suggesting on places like Reddit that Elon Musk and Donald Trump may need to be taken out.
Any of that inaccurate?
No, I hardly see why that's. Hold on.
Okay.
The inaccuracy may be the wrong word. People being kooky, people expressing kooky ideas. That's not a bad thing.
Whimsical and kooky. He's got an interesting way of talking.
People being kooky, people expressing kooky ideas. That's not a bad thing. Do you agree with that?
No. It could be neutral, right? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about not just people expressing bad things, but then carrying out actions upon them. For example, there were hundreds of Teslas that were vandalized. There were multiple Tesla factories that were firebombed, right? When the left says, it's okay, we're going to joke around about it and say that that's fine. That is, by definition, political terrorism. The idea is to make you afraid to express a certain political point of view. Now,
yeah, as we were saying, they need to drop the Christian nationalism innuendos, as nationalism is a hyper-authoritarian outside its natural phase of unifying remote religions during industrialisms. Is this dude Bill Maher? I don't even know what that means. But no, I completely agree with you that you're going to make more money streaming about, I want most of the government to be Christian, calling yourself a Christian nationalist, than actually trying to get people to understand that. I think, having Christian ethics being the core of what most people believe is better. Do you want more views and money, or do you want more understanding? I mean, I like both, but I personally put understanding above money.
As someone who's talking about free speech, such as you're doing here, you would think that you have a huge problem with that. You would say, that's outrageous. People, just because of the car they bought, being threatened with violence and intimidation in order to be silenced to not even purchase that car. You would think someone who advocates for free speech would say, you're right, Rob, that's a really big deal. Now, my guess is we could go line by line through this, and you'll say each time, I'll steel man your position. You'll say each time, yeah, you're right. What you said there was accurate. However, I feel that you're giving a false impression by not including that the right is doing violent things.
What do you think should be done about people on Reddit that you just mentioned there? What do you think is the right corrective action?
Are we talking about Dusty, or as like Bill Maher? Or are we talking about Rob is like Bill Maher? Because I mean, hey, when you're a master debater, when you're one of these blood sport debaters, you got to get slimy sometimes because people will take it there. So no shade to Rob for not knowing who you're talking about.
You're giving a false impression by not including that the right is doing violent things.
What do you think should be done about people on Reddit?
Oh, I get it. Rag. Yeah, that's a hat. But
that you just mentioned there. What do you think is the right corrective action?
I
for
don't think that.
lunatics.
I think I will answer this one question for you. I would say that if they expressly advocate violence or murder of someone, that they should be removed from the platform. You would agree with that, correct?
I would agree with that. Yes,
And possibly investigated by law enforcement.
Sure. Anybody
And
who
I think that-
seems that they're actively trying to move forward violence should be, all the things you
Okay.
said.
There's
We agree full
possibility.
stop.
There's a possibility that Reddit itself, if they're going to unjustly enforce such a slanted view of things, that maybe they should lose their protections under 230, because it's clear that they're not acting as just a posting board where everyone could post. They're acting as a publisher, saying that certain points of view aren't allowed. Right, that would make them more akin to a newspaper editorial. But I don't have strong feelings.
Are you wanting more censorship out of authorities or less censorship?
You tell me.
Well, it depends on what the situation is. This goes back to when Emma Vigilant was on the Culture War. It's like, are you in favor of parental rights? Parental rights to do what? Do we want more censorship or less censorship for what?
Or are you wanting more censorship out of authorities or less censorship?
You tell me.
I mean, generally we want less, but there are situations where it's like, hey, we want that censored, like having P-Hub content just shown on a piece of paper on broadcast TV. Yeah, we want that censored. Indeed, inciting violence is not free speech. Tell that to Jimmy Kimmel. Actually, he did incite violence, but
Or are you wanting more censorship out of authorities or less censorship?
You tell me. Should more people be censored if they're calling specifically for death? Would you consider that more censorship out of authorities?
We've already agreed on the extreme.
No, we agreed that you said they should be censored. I'm saying, do you think
you're complaining?
Let me
about
finish.
these people.
Let me finish. Given that it seems that there's an uptick in that sort of rhetoric, if the government did what you wanted, would you consider that more censorship?
What do I want the government to do?
You just said you want the government to go after those people and Reddit to ban those people that are doing those things. So would that be, in your eyes, more censorship?
So
it's simple.
It would, yes, definitionally, not in his view. Definitionally, that would be more censorship.
Yes, no would suffice.
Well, no, because you're framing the question dishonestly.
You want
to talk about only the very most extreme statements that are calling for more action. You want to ignore all the rest of the mean things, the bad things. Vosh saying, "Oh, I imagine a world where there's a whole."
No, I don't know. What were you going to say? Zibby said, you don't need the FCC to ban boobs, as networks do not want to lose viewers. I disagree, because we all have spent, we are all old enough to have been trying to find the cable channel that has the thingy that would bring in viewers and would expose anyone who has access to the airwaves to that. So no, I don't want that, because even if it is, an instance of, one day, and 3 million kids see some boobs. Okay, is that the end of the world? No, but I don't want that to happen. So I'm okay with saying yes, censor that. Philosophically, yes, I agree with you that if we were to, if we lived in a society where just market forces were what really drove behavior as it should be, then you'd be right. But we don't live in that world. But caller said the government goons can incite, but not us. The highest level of violence, war. Yep. Rules for thee, but not for me.
Oh, I imagine a world where there's a whole lot.
No. See, what you're doing here is that you asked me a question and you're trying to frame it as Rob's for more censorship. Yet you yourself just said,
well, I'm asking if Rob's for more censorship.
Yet you yourself just said, I'm for certain amounts of censorship. I'm saying, would it be fair to say, if there are people saying this shit on places like Reddit right now that aren't being censored, and you say that they should be, that you yourself are for, quote, more censorship?
I'm for violence prevention.
So how do you do that then, Dusty? You have to censor what you're asking to be censored.
Specific calls for violence.
No, that's not the question you asked. You didn't ask me like that. You asked a value question of whether or not I would be for, quote, more censorship. Yeah. I'm asking the same question to you, and you're refusing to answer. Given the status quo levels of censorship we see on places like Reddit, if there was more people that were censored because they're calling for violence,
less censorship.
So you want less censorship.
So I want less censorship on the right and the left.
So you think that Reddit is currently censoring too many people?
I don't know what Reddit's doing right now.
Then how could you make a judgment as whether or not there would be more or less
because
censorship under your
do
world?
know from the platforms that I do use, right, that there is a lot of. I agree with you. There's too much censorship on the right, and you brought that up several times, which is why I'm asking you if they reduce censorship on the right, then are you content?
I would be fair.
Yes. The rules exist. We're specifically talking about in this context the terms of service. Would it be? Would I be happier if the level of censorship was equal on both sides? And yes, that's all we're asking for.
if the standards were equal, as long as there were things like specific calls to illegality that were still censored. And there's other things that I would want censored, such as pornographic shit. Like I'm okay with the censorship of like gratuitous violence. Like I'm fine with platforms not allowing pictures of people getting their head blown off in a war or something. I think that's fair. It's a social.
And I mean, me too. I don't think that like that's not. It's not going. Did I just tag myself in this? No. Okay. All right. What was it? What did you say?
Allowing pictures of people getting their head blown off.
Oh yeah. That kind of stuff. Like that's not the hill that I'm gonna die on. No pun intended. But not the end of the world if we don't allow that stuff.
Or something. I think that's fair. It's a social media platform. There's some restrictions that would be due. But other than that, I would want an equal platform where you could come on and question elections or question vaccines. Yes, that's what I want. The left, though, has said, no, that's not what our system is. Our system is that we're allowed to have the government push these social media companies to censor. They achieved that. And now what we see is people like you that were ineffectual, or Bryce said next to fucking nothing, as this was occurring rampantly on the other side, will all of a sudden be like, but now that it seems that the shoe could be on the other foot, we demand that you speak up and say no. Now, I've generously allowed you to interrogate me after this.
Now it's my turn.
I asked you specifically, could you say one thing on that video that was inaccurate? Is there one thing you can come up with?
We didn't watch the rest of it. I thought we were going to watch more.
Sure.
Oh, no, we watched the whole thing. Just because you weren't paying attention, you need to go line by line.
Sure. All right. So we watched the beginning part. You agreed when it came to the Tesla stuff, nothing was inaccurate next.
Mm-hmm.
No mistake about it. I've said for years, all of the insane violence that we saw coming from the left, from places like Antifa, from way back when you saw them rioting at places like Berkeley to prevent people from going in to hear the terrible Ben Shapiro from speaking.
The fact that Berkeley was the place where, was it Vietnam, where there was the National Guard shot a couple of students, and that was like the end of the world because they were just expressing their free speech. And then like it was like 2014ish when the Berkeley riots just started exploding. What happened?
To prevent people from going in to hear the terrible Ben Shapiro from speaking. Disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay, so they did.
Okay, let's hear it again just to be sure.
Rioting at places on the left, from places like Antifa, from way back when you saw them rioting at places like Berkeley to prevent people from going in to hear the terrible Ben Shapiro from speaking. Disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay, so they didn't riot at Berkeley to stop people from hearing right-wingers?
Look.
Oh, yes, they did. This was in the Milo Yiannopoulos days.
The violence, the conflicts that happened between Antifa and Proud Boys was mostly initiated by the right. It was not initiated by the left as much.
That's bullshit. That's
not
just
bullshit.
That's
I was fucking
bullshit.
Oh, honey, that's what they want you to think.
I was fucking there.
I don't care. So you're an Antifa bro. That's what's going on. So I'm
got
not
him.
an Antifa bro. That's you're with Antifa.
No.
What are you showing?
Yes.
I was a Proud Boy.
Oh, okay. So you're a fucking sellout sack of shit.
How's that a sellout sack of shit?
But because now you're saying that it was them at fault. So where did Proud Boys start fighting Antifa?
Remember Based Stick Man? Yeah, like that was the whole thing, that Antifa was attacking other people. So then more jacked dudes started being like, all right, we got to do something about this. I love how Rob's like, oh, so you're just a sellout piece of shit.
It's Antifa.
No.
Yes.
I was a Proud Boy.
Oh, okay. So you're a fucking sellout sack of shit.
How's that a sellout sack
Got him.
of shit?
But because now you're
That's
saying
your
that it was them
boys.
at fault. So where did Proud Boys start fighting Antifa?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know.
I thought that was your shit, bro. I thought you was one of them.
You
Where
were a
did I
Proud Boy.
start?
How would I know more about it than you? You were a Proud Boy.
Well, you're really scared of it. You're
Scared of
shook up
what?
about this, about
Scared
the
of
left
what?
violence. I'm telling you, you don't need to worry about the left being violent. The Proud Boys,
Yeah, tell that to Charlie Kirk.
we went out there. I participated.
Oh, you did.
Um,
Because you're going to tell us that you committed acts of violence, illegalities right here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so
We went
because
out. We fought.
Where were you at?
I went to DC in December.
You went to this December.
This December?
No, December 2020.
December 2020. Okay. So when the
The
Proud
month
Boys,
before January.
okay. So when the Proud Boys,
He said the month before January. Oh, thanks for clearing that up, bro. I was thinking December, October comes next, right? Oh my God.
okay. So when the Proud
The month before January.
okay.
I think he was trying to say the month before the lockdowns, but
So when the Proud Boys started, to my understanding, it started sort of around Portland when you saw Patriot Prayer that was being attacked by Antifa over and over again in the local law enforcement. So the Proud Boys got pissed off and said, we're going to go there and we're going to fight back. Right? That's how it started.
I'm not saying it wasn't justified. What I'm saying is,
you said that the right started it, not the left. That's what you just said.
I'm only
So how could you say
speaking.
it's
I'm
not
only speaking to
justified?
my experiences, Rob. I'm not speaking to.
Oh, so it wasn't the Proud Boys. It was you specifically. You specifically started fights. Therefore, it's not a left-right issue. What is this argument?
I'm not speaking to every conflict that you can think of.
No.
We are. Maybe not specifically, but we're speaking generally. Not about the one time you went to DC and started a fight, and therefore it's not the left.
No,
speaking of
that's
my
not what
experiences.
you did. You didn't
That
just
is what I
speak to your
did.
experience. You said, no, when it came to Antifa, the violence started on the right. You didn't say, in my
The
little
antagonism-
anecdotal story.
The harassment started on the left.
You know what? I think I got to do this live on air. Like Powder Dusty, no disrespect, but what am I listening to? Powdered Dusty channel, like, sorry, bro, but that's not for me. That's not for me. I don't know what you're talking about here. I initially subscribed because he was, like I said, he was on one of the Raging Tomato panels, and he was saying, "Oh, he does this stuff too," and I haven't seen him since, except on that panel, and not ever giving any good points. Like I don't know him personally; it's not anything personal, but yikes! Diving back in here, he said, "Boost."
My
The
little
antagonism-
anecdotal
Just honest. That's it.
Antifa, the violence started on the right. You didn't say, in my
The
little
antagonism-
anecdotal story.
The harassment started on the left.
No.
I thought that's what we were debating about, and you were saying no. Or are you arguing that even though it started on the left, that it is now worse on the right?
Oh, hell no. When it came to Antifa, the violence started on the right. You didn't say, in my
The
little
antagonism-
anecdotal story.
The harassment started on the left.
No,
Well, I
not
can
just
tell you-
harass.
So this was about who is, he was claiming, Dusty was claiming that Rob said that he is wanting to censor people on the left because they were the only violent ones. And Rob's like, I never said that. I just want the violent ones to be censored. So I don't, he didn't concede in the sense that he's saying you win the debate, but that's a big admission when you're trying to make this argument.
Antifa, the violence started on the right. You didn't say, in my
The
little
antagonism-
anecdotal story.
The harassment started on the left.
No,
Well, I
not
can
just
tell you-
harassment. So I just want to be clear.
That was it. Oh man, Liberty, you called it slimy. Well, I didn't say the fighting. I just said the harassment. Okay, bro.
It started on the left.
No,
Well, I
not
can
just
tell you-
harassment. So
And good catch, Rob. Good catch, Rob.
I just want to be clear. Prior to the Proud Boys,
Mhm.
Antifa never engaged in acts of violence. It was just harassment.
We're splitting hairs here.
No, we're not splitting hairs.
We're splitting
Your
hairs.
argument is Antifa was nonviolent, then the right came in and started
You're-
violence.
No, that's not my argument at all. Antifa is violent.
Okay, did they
But
predate
the
Proud
way
Boys?
when you
But you said they're the only ones that are violent. As we just saw in the video, no, he didn't.
present it as if this was a one-sided thing, as if Antifa's the
No, he didn't. We just watched it together. That's not what happened. Shout out to the Crucible. You're tone policing.
you say when you present it as if this was a one-sided thing, as if Antifa's the one out here doing all this violence,
They are.
and poor right-wingers were just being victims of the thing. That's not how it was.
Again, where did I say anything that was inaccurate? What you're doing is saying, oh, well,
It seems like what you actually mean is this. How about you just listen to the words that he's actually saying?
where did I say anything that was inaccurate? What you're doing is saying, oh, well, you're leaving out that the right was violent too. Nothing I said there was inaccurate.
You are presenting an inaccurate picture of
I am not.
political
I'm not.
of the political violence
Okay, so for
landscape.
example, I talked there about Berkeley.
So here, if this was me, again, Rob has a lot more information, details, articles that said this person quoted is in this paper, all that stuff. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I definitely got to get better. But when
I am not.
political-
when Dusty says you're presenting an inaccurate picture of the political violence, I would have been like, okay, what's the picture that you think I'm painting, and how is it inaccurate? But maybe Rob doesn't even do that. He was like, nope, bam. Libby said he can't tell the difference between feeling something and somebody actually saying it. Typical left-wing brain. And that's the crazy thing. I don't think he's on the left. I think he is a Trump voter, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't sound like it. But I mean, you know, you don't get a lot of left-wing Proud Boys.
It was inaccurate.
You are presenting an inaccurate picture of
I am not.
political of the political violence
So, for
landscape.
example, I talked there about Berkeley. Can you show me one example ever of right-wingers rioting to prevent a left-wing speaker from a college campus in the last 30 years?
No.
Can you show me one example of them doing?
It doesn't
things
mean
like
that they're
they did
not
to
there. It means that I'm
Okay.
not prepared. I didn't
Okay.
do research for this.
Can you show me? Can you show me one example of left-wing speakers being harassed by fire alarms being pulled, locked into rooms, etc., like from right-wing groups?
Bowman.
No. Again, not that it hasn't happened.
But what do you mean?
But don't you think, Dusty, that if it had happened, that in this media landscape, it would have been blasted everywhere? It would have been blasted everywhere. So you would know about it. Now, that's not to say fair. That's not to say it did not happen just because you're not aware of it. But don't you think you would be aware of it?
I haven't done
will you
research for this
acknowledge
conversation.
that there are dozens upon dozens of those examples from the left?
Sure.
Okay, surely then you'd be able to recall one example of the other side if you're saying that it's a both sides issue.
I'm sure it is. I don't listen to left-wing speakers.
Can you show me any?
Maybe you should. This is just a thing that I appreciate TikTok for yet again, that I'm starting to see a lot more. And like I was talking about before, how TikTok is good at, not just pushing big pages, but just individuals. I'm getting a lot more content from just regular, I don't know if you would call them normies, but like normie minded political people who are on the left. Which is like, wait, hey, I thought universal health care was good because everybody gets health care. And it's interesting to see how they are navigating all this stuff that is going on. Shout out yet again to TikTok. We got Krager in the building. Welcome to the party. So to watch this live, this guy was also really uncharitable. Rob definitely owned him. That's what he does. Has anybody seen Rob lose a debate? Like, I'm not trying to, go on a glaze fest here, but I have never seen him be in a situation where he couldn't maneuver to a place where, I've never seen him have to take an L. We all have. I'm sure he has, but I've never seen it. But, and again, so he will be here on Wednesday's show, 8 p.m. Eastern, but it is not a debate. We are just going to be talking about, this channel, my message, all that stuff, and how to move forward. And I think it's going to be helpful. I did see that it was out there. That might be our Friday show. I saw it was out there. But and I didn't know how. It seems like most of you are familiar with Rob, but I wanted to get a good picture of who he was before he got here, so that you guys could help ask the right questions, and because he doesn't know me. So, and a lot of what we're going to be talking about is related to religion, and so you guys are going to need to tell Rob through the chat, like, "Hey, Lutch thinks this. Ask him about that." And I don't know exactly what it is right now, but that's what I need you guys for. Robert Doggy said he took an L when he got fired from the Crucible, then got rehired. But it was a joke. They just grifted. There you go. One example. And it's a joke.
I'm sure it is. I don't listen to left-wing speakers.
Can you show me any city in this country where right-wingers routinely attack federal law enforcement?
No, but let me keep that thought to myself. Federal law enforcement.
How about this?
The guys in black masks that are rushing into buildings. Like,
you don't like those
Gestapo.
people, do you?
I don't like cops. No.
Right.
And I really don't
How do you know if they're cops or if they're Antifa just by wearing black masks?
like federal cops that, criminals wear face masks. Criminals have to hide themselves. What are cops doing to hide themselves?
Okay, so you acknowledge the criminal Antifa.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so they should all be rounded up and arrested.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, the reason that they're wearing masks is because left-wingers are going to houses like Brett Kavanaugh's and trying to assassinate them. They're showing up to people's houses to go after them.
That's another. See, this is why Rob is so good. That's another thing that I need to tie to the idea of ICE wearing masks and law enforcement wearing masks. Even if you end up on the side that no, they should not be masking if they're official, if they're part of the government or whatever. I think it is important to bring up how Brett Kavanaugh was just accosted during his hearing.
Is like Brett Kavanaugh's and trying to assassinate them. They're showing up to people's houses to go after them. They're trying to kill ICE officers right now. We just saw it in Dallas. So they wear masks because they know that if their identities are out there, that these violent left-wingers will show up and threaten them and their families for doing their job. That's why they're wearing masks.
Well, they might not be cut out for a dangerous, violent job then.
That could be. Not.
Okay, then who is cut out for a dangerous job where you just get doxxed and harassed? What are we talking about?
Well, they might not be cut.
Like I just posted let's watch this. I just posted a short about VTubers.
Look, I got
a whatchamacallit, a plug-in so that I never have to watch these slowed down. But yeah, I just saw somebody talking about this, and
look, I completely understand wanting to have a faceless reaction channel. But what is the point of VTubing? I'm genuinely asking what's going on. I'm genuinely asking, like, what is the point of having just an anime character blocking some of the screen of the video that you're reacting to? Like, okay, so if I grab this, does this make this video better? This makes the video better, guys. I don't get it. Somebody explain it to me. Well, because I know those things aren't cheap. I know it's not cheap, and I don't know exactly how it works. Trying to make a video, Morty. I know it's not cheap.
Oh, I was so confused.
It's not cheap.
I was so confused. Morty hit the thing. Well, it was... Sorry, that was weird.
Because I know those things aren't cheap. I know it's not cheap, and I don't know exactly how it works. Trying to make a video, Morty. I know it's not cheap. I know it's not cheap. I know that I don't know exactly how it works, but I'm sure that there's some kind of, face mapping thing, or, at least a helmet that you got to put on or something. Why? Just do a faceless channel. If what you're covering is good, and what you have to say is good, people will follow the channel. And yes, I am kind of being tongue-in-cheek, establishing that it doesn't make sense more so than I am asking. But I am also asking, like, what are y'all doing?
So the point being, a lot of people in the comments, if you're not familiar, VTubers, when you have like the animated anime character instead of me being here, so instead of it being like this window would just be an anime character or something like that. And I'm in that situation. I made the argument. They're like, okay, well, maybe then putting your ideas out online is not for you, because then, like, you're only going to attract a certain kind of person. Most people see that and they're like, ugh, I don't want to watch this bullshit. But that's a very different thing now, isn't it? That's a very different thing than exactly. Than getting doxxed like that. I'm like, why not just make the faceless channel? But point is, it makes sense whether or not you eventually agree with it. It does make sense. Larry said it's correct that cops are indeed engaged in political violence. Unfortunately for the left, is even if you take that into account, the left wants more laws, so there's still more violence. It never makes sense. Never makes sense. Like I said, lefties hate it when you use their own tactics against them. Almost like they know they're bad tactics to begin with. Bingo. Yep, I'm with you there. So I can't watch VTubers, and your dog started playing a video at 2.5. It was 2. It was 2.0. I watch everything at 2.0. But yeah, he somehow always finds a way. Like we'll be, we'll just be in bed, right? And if I'm lying down, he'll come up by the mouse is like right here because I have my Chromebook. So I just have the mouse, and that's how I watch TV. He always finds a way to lay exactly to where his head, like say the microphone is the mouse, boop, right there. Always. I'm like, how do you always find it? Anyway, that's why they're wearing masks.
Show up and threaten them and their families for doing their job. That's why they're wearing masks.
Well, they might not be cut out for a dangerous, violent job then.
That could be. Not like you, who was a Proud Boy that's now talking shit on him, right?
Hey, yo! Dilly to Rob. Shout out to More God's Hammer. Welcome to the party over on Rumble. Again, said liked and shared. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Those things are free and easy, and it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome to the party. Yeah. Oof is right.
Then.
That could be. Not like you, who was a Proud Boy that's now talking shit on him, right?
Oh, I'll talk shit on cops all day long.
No, you're talking shit.
That's not what we were saying, homie.
The Proud Boys.
Oh yeah. And on Antifa. Everybody gets it equally.
Yeah, but you're not a cop or Antifa. Just right over his head. Right over his head. One more time.
All right.
Oh, I'll talk shit on cops all day long.
No, you're talking shit in the Proud Boys.
Oh yeah. And on Antifa. Everybody gets it equally. In hindsight, I think that both sides were honeypots.
So did you point out anything that I said that was inaccurate? Was I inaccurate about the left-wing violence in places like Berkeley from people like Antifa?
Nope.
You said you thought I was being inaccurate.
You're presenting an inaccurate portrayal.
I'm not. I just said.
Okay, so now that it's brought up again, now I'd be like, okay, what is the inaccurate picture that I'm presenting, and why is it inaccurate, or what is inaccurate about the picture that I'm presenting?
Yes, you did. If that's the case,
you really want to force me to find a specific particular thing that is inaccurate. What I'm saying is it's not.
Yes.
It's the whole presentation. You have a 60-second or however long that is bundle of sentiment that you're putting out.
So it's not. So the specific things I'm saying are accurate, but it's a sin of omission. I'm not talking about other things that occurred.
It is selective attention. Yes, selective reporting.
Selective attention. Okay, but you can't give one example so far of the issues I've talked about on the other side.
Nope. Shout out to the Funk Master General. Welcome to the party. Coming in hot with the 5 gifted membership. What's the matter? Yeah, you're tired, but you still like it. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. PokeFam, Lazy420, JL, The Dunk Show, and The Steelman. You now are a member. Make sure you hit the link at the top of the chat to join the after party. That is where we want to be. Thank you so very, very much, and welcome to the party. Funk says, why is that guy's face so dirty? Are they debating effectiveness as soap? Oof. Welcome. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Of course, the new sponsor of the stream. Again, if you were just given a membership, then make sure you head to that link. In case you don't know, check it out. If you guys are enjoying the show, the party rages on. Oh, god damn it! Take two. God damn it! Where is it? If you guys are enjoying the show, the party rages on 24/7 over in our Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and is absolutely free to join 24/7. We're in there hanging out, having a great time. And guys, it is absolutely free. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below that video and hit that join button. Starts at $2.99. There's a few different tiers, but $2.99 will get you in. It gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. So we've got the free chat that is open to anyone. Anybody can join and talk. But as you can see, that is just one of our channels. There's a bunch of different channels here, including our disciple chat for members only, our word of the day watch party, where we're talking about all this stuff. And of course, we have the voice channel here, where we are hanging out at this moment. Shout out to everybody in the Discord server. Say hello and tell them to come and join the after party.
Hello, come and join.
There you go, guys. Simple as that. See you there. And of course, remember, guys, that is a members only thing. But even if you were not just gifted a membership, if you were, you are now invited. But even if not, if you hit the link before the stream is over, you get a day pass and get to come and hang out with us. It's a good time. Come on through.
But you can't give one example so far of the issues I've talked about on the other side.
No, I can't get one issue on either side.
You can't give an example of left-wingers harassing.
PB. Peter Boghossian? PB. Pam Bondi? So if it's interesting, who's PB?
Intimidating, using violence on the left to the right.
Sure. I can't.
Okay.
I can't.
Well,
give you
well, Dusty. Here's what
template.
we're gonna do, right? Like,
Mhm.
you said that video said that I said that only the left commits violence. You now acknowledge that was wrong. Our deal was that that would mean that you would be kicked off my show in perpetuity. I gave you a chance to then talk about specific inaccuracies that would have in the video. You're incapable of doing it, and you just literally went to the well, but both sides do things, and so you need to acknowledge that both sides do it. Would you acknowledge by the
I
way,
just,
both
I just
sides-
think you don't
would
need
you
to freak out
acknowledge-
so much.
Would you acknowledge that just because both sides could do something, that doesn't mean that there's a proportional equivalency?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that proportionally the right and the left in these forms of violence are committing equal amounts?
I think that the left is initiating more of it, and I think that the right is definitely better at it.
That's not the question.
The right's better at the violence. Give me examples.
Proud Boys stomped the shit out of Antifa every
Okay,
time.
so when it came to mutual combat between Proud Boys and Antifa, by the way, I'll acknowledge, and I've said many times on the show, just because Proud Boys sort of formed, well, they formed as a joke, but just because they showed up and started fighting with Antifa because Antifa was beating up innocent people doesn't mean that in each specific example that the Proud Boys were defending. Many times they went out and were aggressing, and they should be arrested for that. If you intentionally go out to an event saying, I'm looking for a left-winger to beat their ass, and yet almost every one of these instances, though, were at right-wing rallies, right? Rarely did you see Proud Boys showing up to like a Hillary Clinton rally or a Kamala Harris or a Joe Biden rally. It was always the opposite way. Lefties would come to Republican rallies, and then right-wingers would push back against them. Nonetheless, that
Correct.
doesn't mean in individual examples. That alone should tell you something. The left
Yeah, it
could
tells me that the
freely
left is more antagonistic. The left initiates.
so the
Like
left
the-
can freely have whatever political rally they want, whatever speaker they want. There's never an issue.
Didn't Destiny just have some issues?
He had people
Yeah, but destiny is destiny. Destiny is destiny.
yelling.
Oh no, they were yelling.
I don't know. I didn't watch it because I don't watch
I
Destiny.
mean,
nearly
why
as
did
much
you
as
say
do.
that?
Republicans should fear for their lives and mock Charlie Kirk, then went out and did
Well-
a cheap imitation of what Charlie Kirk was doing. And you're now giving Destiny the exact reaction he wanted. Yeah, but people yelled mean words at him, so equal.
I didn't watch it. I'm not a Destiny fanboy.
Then why did you bring it up, dude? This one's almost done before we get to God herself coming right up.
So I'm asking you, did Destiny encounter some adversarial audience
Adversarial
members?
opinions is different than violence. I didn't see any violence that he encountered.
And what if he did, Dusty? What does that do for you? What if Rob was saying, yeah, actually, somebody in the crowd was saying that they were going to throw something at him? They never did, but you know. Then what?
His security was not so erudite.
Was he
That lets you
threatened?
know the level of violence that he was encountering.
Shout out.
I just really am
and
not.
so
I don't think that either side is actually
Did anybody see the typo in the banner? If you did, I'll add one donation to the number.
engaged in any level of violence that really needs to be panicked about. I think it's all manageable.
I think that you waffle between saying like, well, I'm not informed, but then you make declarative statements. I think that you made a declarative statement that I said that only one side's violent. That's not. Almost every time I talk about violence on the channel, I talk about the difference between radical extreme
Where is everyone?
on any side that are willing to do something. I've defended people like Vosh and Destiny in the past when left-wingers have done things. I have criticized them, particularly Vosh, when he talks about the concept of stochastic terrorism and how right-wingers are responsible for their rhetoric when people engage in acts of violence. So I said if he was to be held by the same standard that he seeks to hold right-wingers like Tucker Carlson to, then when people are out there shooting people talking about trans-genocide, then he would be held to that standard.
Hey, shout out to Never Lucky Rubber Ducky. That's going to count. That's going to count for the swole goal. But I fixed it. Thank you so very, very much, guys. That's a free one. 2 out of 15, and we are $15 out of 50. Let's get that goal. It felt good. It felt good. The burn. Oh, the burn after that last stream. You guys had me doing 85 push-ups, and it felt good. But I'm not going to do them without you. So help me out. I gave you a freebie there. Let's hit that goal, baby. Let's hit that goal.
Too. Then when people are out there shooting
Oh yeah, it's powdered dusty. That's what we're talking about. And of course, our boy Rob Noerr.
people talking about trans-genocide, then he would be held to that standard. However, I don't blame streamers for those sorts of things. I do think that there is a role that we should have as people that have a public voice to speak to people and say that there's hope beyond using acts of violence, even if we're talking about serious things, something that I do quite frequently on my channel. But to act like that there's an equivalency between right and left wing, or that the violence that we see coming from the left, and more importantly, the fact that it's being celebrated, ignored, cheered on, etc., by mainstream voices in the left, to the point where 55% of Democrats say that could somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump. I think that is an issue worth talking about. I think that you have been uninformed. You came on here saying that I said things that I didn't say, and then you wanted to change the subject and you wanted to go to the, yeah, but both sides do it. I find it to be intellectually dishonest and non-stimulating. Last word for you?
Salute. Nope. I'll let it in there.
Fan of the show, Dusty.
There. Oh, the next day, I thought he was banned. What
For
happened?
some reason, he's on there twice. I don't know why it's showing up twice here on the screen. What's on your mind today, Dusty?
Hey.
What's happening?
Thank you for allowing me up. No, I don't really have anything to talk about. I mostly was just testing the strength of the ban that I incurred the other night. So
it's almost always a couple days. Here's the deal, though. I want to show you something. If you don't have anything to say, like I think that you misrepresented me several times. I think you do it again here. Okay,
I did.
But I want you to watch this clip. Watch yourself here.
But your whole point the entire night is that the people have been going harder in the paint ever since, and that it's
So again, we got Dusty down here and Rob over here.
solely Destiny's fault. How can both things be true?
Two things I'll say this just real quick. One, what is it with people that are incapable of like hearing the language that's being said? Show me once in this debate saying Destiny is solely responsible for the
Nobody
uptick in
said
rhetoric.
that. I didn't say he was
You
solely
did
responsible.
just say
I said you're attributing what he's doing. You're saying he's responsible. Yes, you said that. You said he's not solely. I
You
never
literally
said that
used the word solely when
He
you said
didn't
that
use
there.
the
But
word
okay,
solely.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
If you don't know what this Tim Robbins show is, oh man, you need to get on that.
Solely Destiny's fault.
Now I just wondered if you'd like to comment. A fan of Sarah's show sent me that.
Yeah, no. Was it EOD? No, you. I was going to concede that anyways. Once you propositioned me with the ban, if I was inaccurate in that statement, at that point I decided that you were being disingenuous, so I was being disingenuous. So yeah, you didn't say that stuff. I was misrepresenting you.
All right, that's fine. I accept that.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
That's no problem. I do think though that you can see the problem is I think that I've been quite clear. My stance isn't that there aren't fringe people on all sides. I think that you could have the most benign fucking, I don't even know, Tim Kaine or fucking, who's the equivalent on the right, some milk.
All right. So I'm gonna cock tease you a little bit more. We got a 2-minute video here from Asmongold that's just a little update on the Hassan situation. I'm sure you've seen it, but I would be remiss if I didn't comment. It's a 2-minute video, and then it's time for God herself.
Breaking additional footage has been discovered. This comes after older videos. This has got to be a meme, right?
A commemorative mug I got from England. Commemorative mug I got from England, specifically for commemorative mug I got from England. From England.
In case you didn't see it, Kai's already on the bed. We got the same reach over.
Specifically, a commemorative mug.
So we got Kaya over here. Shout out to, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to call you Hen. Welcome, Hen, to the party. Who doesn't love a good cock tease? Welcome.
Discovered. This comes after older videos. This has got to be a meme, right?
A commemorative mug I got.
It is now.
From England. Commemorative mug I got from England.
I added that sound effect.
Specifically for commemorative mug I got from England. From England.
Goddamn.
Commemorative mug I got from England. Specifically for.
The implication is that Hassan looks over and he's looking off camera. He's like, what is this? He reaches over relatively the same spot that he reached in before. And then something happens, something is pressed, and then the dog immediately responds. And then it repositions itself again.
I rest my case, Your Honor. Yeah, I was never a big, I just happened never to follow him. One of those people where it's like, same thing with Moist Critical with Charlie, or I just didn't follow them for a long time because I didn't know like what the hook was, but that's because they've been around forever and now they kind of just doing what they do. I did see, I saw Jake crash it out over Aswin. Do you want to see that? I think we have the video. I think I have the video here. I could have sworn I had it.
Desperate to
All right. We're here. Why not?
cancel me. Of course, canceling me, as always. It's another day.
So Hassan's uncle, Cenk Uygur, who
Seeing this is what triggered. So, Equality, you're asking about a VTuber. This is a VTuber. This is the reason I made that video. Because I'm just watching this like, oh, I want to see what's happening, but what is it? What is all this? All right.
Of course, canceling me, as always. It's another day.
So Hassan's uncle, Cenk Uygur, who's a co-founder of the Young Turks, in which Hassan used to work on, to my understanding.
Hey, shout out to Box in the building. Welcome to the party. So I don't care that he shocked the dog. That has been my entire TikTok comment section for the last 3 days. It is insane. Oh boy. Well, then I would love your commentary on what we got over here.
Well, Cenk had this really weird rant about Asmongold recently, and it's filled with a lot of coke where he's trying to like act like he doesn't know who Asmongold is, despite the fact that, you know, this guy is completely in the realm of an industry where you would expect him to know who Asmongold is, given that he's like
I don't have an ego about that. People don't know who I am. That's fine. I don't even think about it. Yeah, I mean, that's yeah.
I aspire to be that level of nonchalant.
A political commentator, and that Hassan himself constantly cries about Asmongold. So you would just expect Cenk to probably know who Asmon is. It seems kind of like a lie, at least in my opinion.
Oh, we forgot our SideQuest music. My apologies.
And then he does this impression of Asmongold that's really just an impression of Alex Jones, and he's trying to act like Asmongold sounds like Alex Jones or something. It's just a really weird clip. I'll play it for you. Let me know what you think.
Hey, if you're a Democrat and you're criticizing the right wing, now think about if the shoe was on the other foot. Now, this brother comes along. I don't know who Assman is. I mean, people say maybe that he's got a following, but I've never heard of him.
The way he says it makes me think that he's saying S-Fan. Listen to it again.
What does Asman think that Cenk is saying? What S-Man? Is that like an anime character or something? What does he think that he's saying?
Now, this brother comes along. I don't know who Assman is.
Like, really? Like, I'm hearing S-Fan.
I mean, people say maybe that he's got a following, but I've never heard of him, right? And his co-conspirator, Jägermeister or whatever, right? But this guy's talking about, oh yeah, run over protesters. I don't mind it, he said.
Watched this
so you don't mind extreme violence, running over somebody with a car, okay? But you know what? Why don't we instead arrest them for exercising one of the most fundamental American rights, freedom of speech? The one.
What is S-Fan?
Remember that you guys all pretended you were in favor of?
Yeah.
I know some of them meant it, but apparently a lot of them, including Assman and Jägermeister, didn't mean it. They thought, oh, freedom of speech for me, to say that maybe you should be murdered or be made my slave. My freedom of speech, good. And by the way, I wouldn't cancel that. I don't mind him saying the terrible things that he says. Now we know who he is. So, and I'm not afraid of his speech. I'm not afraid that the majority of Americans are going to look at him and go, oh yeah, well, I think we should, instead of having freedom of speech, if anyone exercises freedom of speech in a way that I don't like politically, we should arrest them, take away all their rights, make sure they can't vote, and then turn them into slaves.
To me, this guy really comes off.
Where did the slaves come in?
Off like he wrote down 100 terrible points and then like chugged a few Red Bulls and was like, how
just went down them, bro. He speed ran it, didn't he?
These terrible points can I get through in like a 1 minute clip? And then here
I don't
comes
know.
Alex Jones' impression.
No,
probably what he was doing before he clipped this.
8% of Americans are going to be against that. But Assman thinks that's a great idea. Yeah. So he's like, oh, yeah, I'm for freedom of speech, unless it's left-wingers. How dare they protest our government? Let's take away all their rights. Did you see what he said?
As I've said, this is an unprecedented level of buffoonery. These are levels of buffoonery that I didn't even know were possible before. This is a level 100 buffoon.
So, I mean, you know, we don't have to go through the whole thing there. But, of course, I will drop the link if you guys want to see it. Bucks, care to answer for your boy? Care to answer for your boy? Oof. But in the meantime, we got to go over to Rumble. Equality and Difference said, stop teasing me and get to the goddamn herself stuff. With the $10. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, that. Oh, no, we still got Funkmaster as our sole sponsor, but Equality. Thank you so very, very much. All right, no more teasing. It is time for God herself. Actually, I got to tease you one more time because our boy Box came in with the $5. Thank you so very, very much. Buck said, I felt like Cenk was. I'm not reaching that far. I'm gonna hold it out here and we'll see if he goes to get it. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, all my place training, like, you guys are ruining the place training. Anyway, Buck said, I felt like Jake was just trying to summon Asmongold. I said this in chat once. That you say his name 3 times, and you can summon him, and Jake did it. It's magic. It's magic, baby. Gentlemen, thank you so very, very much. By popular demand, it is time for God
I'm saying that
herself.
God must forgive you because you were born of sin.
I'm God. You are God. If you knew you were God, you would not act that fucking way. Does that make sense?
No, I created this stick man, right? Is this
You're
stick man?
God.
Is this stick man human?
Human is a psyop.
So how long have you known
human is a psyop?
You were God.
Since like 2017, 18.
So since 2017, 18, God herself. God herself. And the video title linked in the description is I Debated God and Won.
Psyop.
So how long have you known you were God?
Since like 2017, 18. Jesus wants to wash our feet. You want to suck his toes. We're not on the same plane.
Who's the enemy?
Whatever. The devil, Satan.
Is he
Lucifer.
God?
Can you let me finish say one?
All right, I'm
just
sorry.
one little
You understand the confusion, though. Go ahead.
thing? You might disassociate from reality, but the reality's not going to disassociate from you.
Since you've known your God in 2017, you have never done anything wrong.
I'm perfect as my Father in heaven is perfect.
I don't believe that. I think that you're prideful and your hubris will be your downfall.
I think you're a Jew.
The best debater
Whoa!
on the internet.
Hey, yo! Where did that come from? God damn. So this is from a little while ago. I forget when I saw it. Okay, a month ago. So from September 1st. I don't know when it was actually recorded, but I saw this and I was like, there will come a time when I absolutely have to show this to you. That time has come.
Just pick what you want, Marilyn, whatever you're comfortable with.
God.
What about God? What about God? But what about
done, son?
Right after he says he doesn't want to.
But what about God?
We are all God.
We are all God.
We are all God because of God. Yep.
Okay. I can debate that. Sure.
You can debate that. All
This
right.
is similar to like when we're on an Unreasonable Man. It's like, okay, we pick 2 people, and what's the topic? And this is the topic.
Okay. I can debate that. Sure.
You can debate that. All right. All right.
God.
Good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Okay, so I would like you to make your affirmative case that we are all God because God. Go ahead.
Shout out again to the donations. Very, very, very much appreciated. All right, let's do this.
You're all God because God. Go ahead.
We are all gods because of God, kings and queens, and everything should be free.
Oh, wait, that sounds different than what the prompt was. You said we are all God because of God. Now, there's a clever... Are we all gods, plural, because of God? Or are we all part of God? We are all the God.
We are all part of the body, but we're all known before the world began. We are the image of God. So we are, in fact, inheritors of every attribute that God has. We are...
But just because we are the inheritors of God and we're made in his image doesn't make us gods. In
Why
fact,
not?
because if we were gods, that would imply, would you admit that God could do no wrong, that he's infallible?
Yeah.
Are we infallible? Can we do wrong?
No. So what I want you to keep in mind as you're watching this is to understand that when you see and feel how ridiculous this woman is, her words are, how ridiculous this entire thing is, I want you to understand that from an outside perspective, meaning outside of Christianity, until we get this far down into the conversation, I cannot tell the difference. Nobody can tell the difference. And in fact, other Christians can't tell the difference between if you're a Rob type of Christian or a Maryland type of Christian. I just want you to keep that in mind, that there are Christians like this out there. And so that when I'm talking to them, it is not unreasonable for me to think that it is the Maryland type and not the Rob type.
Yeah.
Are we infallible? Can we do wrong?
I don't think we can do wrong. I think we misconstrue stuff and we believe lies, which take us down paths that aren't as pleasing. And you can't consider yourself a god if you go down those paths.
Well, wait a minute. 2 things.
Oh my God. If you're talking about the 2001 movie, with Ethan, whatever the fuck.
God, if paths that aren't as pleasing, and you can't consider yourself a god if you go down those paths.
Well, wait a minute. Two things. That's interesting. I guess we'll go with this line first. So you can't consider yourself a god if we go down these paths, but how can I not consider myself a god if inherently I am a god? And you've said that all of us are gods irrespective of our individual actions. So no matter what.
Are we good? Test, test, test. No, I am hardwired into the modem. What? Talk to me. Are we good? My sound, their sound, and audio went bonkers. My mic, okay. Are we good? Good now. All right. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. And Robert Ducky said, secularism has ruined Christianity. I will agree with you, but I will say that this is a good thing. Maybe not as of today, but this is the type of thing that me and Rob are going to talk about on Wednesday.
If we go down these paths, but how can I not consider myself a god if inherently I am a god? And you've said that all of us are gods irrespective of our individual actions. So no matter what, I would always be able to consider myself a god, correct?
Well, Lucifer's first sin was wanting to rule over us, and he got kicked out of heaven. So in that aspect, like, that's where the separation happened in the beginning, before even Eve ate the apple, feeling like one is lower than the other, like there's an imbalance. Like in the kingdom of heaven, you never have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another. To require that of anyone is control.
I think that that's...
You will be the canary in the coal mine of the crucible.
To prove your loyalty to another, to require that of anyone is control.
I think that that's, it's interesting, but I think it's non-responsive to the it's not real quick. It's non-responsive to the question. You seem to contradict yourself immediately, where you said we are all gods, but then based on actions we could take, that we falsely assume that we're gods. How could both of those things simultaneously be true?
They can't, bro. They can't.
Well, God didn't consider the equality with God something to be used to his own advantage, and we do for some reason.
Okay, I don't know what to say other than that's non-responsive. It seems that your argumentation there, but let's take it to a different category then as well. You said formerly there is a such thing as objective truth, correct?
Objective truth. Now, yeah, exactly, Guamtech. So this is exactly why I wanted to show this, because magical thinking, religious thinking, Christianity specifically, all of that stuff can and is often very good. Is it perfect? Is it completely truthful? That's another conversation. But it usually is good. This is not. Rubber Ducky said, every time I see Marilyn in chat, I ask if she's taking her meds that day. Oh my God. So you're familiar with this specimen. Can we get her on the channel, please?
Then as well. You said formerly there is a such thing as objective truth, correct?
Yes.
Okay, wouldn't that imply that there's objective good and objective bad or objective evil?
No, because objective truth has no agenda. So
objective truth has no agenda. Okay, I would say I don't disagree with that. Okay, I'm sure that went well.
Any thought that doesn't inspire hope is rooted in a lie. So everything on the positive end,
are lies bad or evil?
Good would be true. Evil would be a lie. Does that make sense?
So then lies are objectively, things that are untrue are objectively evil.
Why would you put objectively with lie?
Because you're making the claim that there is objective truth on one hand, and then you're making the claim that all of us are godly and all action is godly.
I do also want to point out that if I had this exact same conversation, that you guys would be mad at me.
But we are on the side of truth. We like God's. If we're all God, then no one can be an idol. If everyone is God, no one can be an idol. So you would be on the side of objective truth with no agenda if everyone was God.
But you're arguing real quick. You are arguing that everyone is God.
Right.
Okay. So therefore, everyone is objective truth.
Yes.
So therefore, no one is ever telling a lie because we're all God, which means we all have to be objective truth. So there is no one who lies.
So this is the breaking down the logic of what you actually believe. Sometimes you believe stuff that doesn't fully make sense, and that's okay. But then you can't get mad at other people for pointing out, hey, that doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, I guess again, because it happens all the fucking time.
We, as our own worth and as a person, not the stuff that comes out of our mouth or the things we think, but us individually are objective truth. Okay.
Define truth and define truth and lie.
The sound effects are a timer from the channel.
A truth doesn't have an agenda. A lie is going to control and manipulate you. It's basic witchcraft.
Does God have an agenda?
A lie, or yes, the truth does not have an agenda.
Does God have an agenda?
No.
Okay. Do people have a
God doesn't have an agenda? I thought, God's plan. I thought that was like, a big deal. Shout out to Matthew King. Welcome to the party. Did they change something? Usually it shows me your display name, but now it's just showing me your @ I don't know. Interesting. But welcome to the party. Is that I feel like I've had the same discussion after half an ounce of fungi, and nobody followed the conversation. Well, I've had this conversation plenty of times, completely sober, and it was just about the same level of rationality. Liberty said, what do Christians think about Egyptian polytheism? The fact that monotheism was literally just created out of nowhere by pharaohs to better control their slaves. Well, it doesn't matter because it's good for society. I've definitely felt like God. I guess I'm just a fun guy. All right, I'll give you the dilly dilly for that. I'll give you a dilly dilly for that. Crazy.
Agenda.
Does God have an agenda?
I would, of course, God has an agenda. He wants to, spread the word and be reunited with his beings or whatever the fuck you believe. I would think that would be an easy yes.
No.
Okay. Do people have agendas?
Yes.
Then how can we all be gods?
Because we have an imbalance in what is good and what is not good. We're not seeing clearly. It's foggy.
But the God is infallible.
I think that's just you, sweetie. I'm seeing clear as day. But God damn it, you always do that.
We're not seeing clearly. It's foggy.
But the God is infallible. He can't see fog. He knows all. And if we can't be that, then how could we put ourselves? Wouldn't it be the epitome of hubris to put ourselves on the same plane and say we too are gods?
Well, that's why he sent Jesus.
Because we weren't gods. We needed that because we weren't gods.
To tell us we are no longer called slave but friend, because a slave does not know his master's business. We are co-heirs with Christ. We are on the same playing field.
I'll run this back because she's rambling. But yeah, Larry said, how can God have an agenda? I thought God was everything good and bad and logic and truth and reality and stars and love and shit. This is the problem when I was just having the debate with Confluence, that he was trying to appeal to God, but was switching back and forth from God being a being to God being the highest good and all of those things. It's like when people talk about, I prayed to God, you as a Christian are not thinking, I prayed to what that is you are thinking there is a being, a consciousness, an energy, something, a consciousness that I'm communicating with. But then when that doesn't work, well, it's just God is everything. It's semantic. Obfuscation.
We are co-heirs because a slave does not know his master's business.
A slave I would argue the slave intimately knows his master's business because he's doing the work.
We are co-heirs with Christ. We are on the same playing field.
But that doesn't mean that we're gods, right? It is if we were gods and if humans always were gods, then salvation through Christ would have been irrelevant because we're already gods. So what are we being saved from?
To assume that salvation is something that you need to acquire when Christ is salvation, Christ is God, Christ is, all these things. Like what would be the I'm confused.
It's just a timer thing. Don't worry about it.
What would be the point of Jesus being sinless and dying for our sins? Like, couldn't he just be a regular man and say, I'm going to die for you and for your sins, and say that I'm God and I'm good and die for your sins, but he was still a sinner? Like, what made him have to be blameless?
This proves my point. This is the argument I'm making. Jesus was unique. Jesus was the Son of Christ. He stood above us all. That's why his sacrifice. No. So your argument is then it would be irrelevant for Jesus to die on the cross. It could have been anyone else. It would have the same.
I don't feel like he had to die, but he had to make a point because people couldn't get the.
Oh, it was just to make a point. It wasn't to create some a connection, forgiveness of sins. It was just being petty. That's why Jesus died.
I don't feel like he had to die, but he had to make a point because people couldn't get the point.
So wait a minute. He didn't have to die, but God allowed it to occur. He allowed his only son to be murdered, and he didn't really. It was irrelevant.
It doesn't matter how you look at it. God loves us, and more than anything, that he looked at us more than he looked at us.
Well, that might be true, but that doesn't prove we're gods. That's aside from the point.
Right. So Matthew's saying whack jobs like her give all Christians a bad look. Bingo. Why are the loudest always the craziest? I don't know, but stop coming at me because that is the case. Not you specifically. I'm talking generally. But again, I need you guys to understand that if you are a Christian, and you're watching this show, I'm almost positive that you have some type of reasonable, rational way to think about this stuff that just requires a leap of faith that I personally am not willing to take. Perfectly fine, but I can't know that you're not just like Marilyn until I have the conversation, until I ask the questions, and it's all too common that people, because these are deeply held beliefs, because there's so much emotion tied to these beliefs, when they're being questioned, and when I bring up contradictions and things, then it creates cognitive dissonance. I understand that, but that's not my fault. That's not my fault. Just saying.
Right, again, if your argument seems to be that we're all on equal plane with Christ, who is the body of God, the Son of God, God Himself, that we're all equal with that and we're all gods, right? But then it would have been if that you would agree that was always the case even before Jesus, right? Okay, then why is the sacrifice of Jesus necessary if we're already all gods?
Jesus said, "Anyone who does God's will is my sister, brother, and mother."
That doesn't mean we're gods. That means we're sisters, brother, and mother in spirit.
He called us gods.
What passage?
It's in there. He called.
Is it though?
Us all gods.
I'm unaware of that. Show me chapter verse.
What do you mean?
I'm telling you, I'm not very studious of the Bible anyways, but I'm unaware of a passage of the Bible where Jesus said, you are all gods. You're all on a playing field with God. You're equal to Him. I don't.
Morgoth's Hammer said, if God is all powerful, then by definition, God did not need to kill himself to appease himself because himself was pissed off because himself created defective creatures that acted defectively. Too much logic. Too much logic, sir. Yeah, exactly. It's in there. Is it though? And I mean, again, I've read through the Bible when I was like 20 years old, but it's been a while since I've checked, so maybe it is. But let's hear it. Matthew says, at no point does Jesus refer to us as gods. I didn't think so. Let me just judge people by their actions. I don't pay attention to their faith. I kind of stopped caring about this when I was like 18. I've never seen a correlation between good people and Christians. I agree, but that's a privilege that you have as to not feeling a calling to bring my message of we need to get away from this to the people. I wish that I didn't care. Unfortunately, I care very, 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 very much. So I put myself in, when I say harm's way, I mean verbal harm. But I put myself in harm's way because I think there's a greater good to establish that we can have a better society. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm okay with that too. But I've got to do the do, and that's why I get you guys to pay me. You get to sit back and chill, and I'll take all the hate. Good deal, right? Good deal. Gumsick said, I feel like we're all God and that we're all a part of God. Little g's within bigger G. Seems to go quite a bit further than that. A little bit.
I believe that exists.
Haven't I called you all gods? Then why are you trying to
your claim that somewhere in the New Testament Jesus said all of you are on a plane with my Father, you're all equal with my Father as gods?
He said being Christ-like is putting others above yourself and to others' interests above your own. That is worship. That is honor.
Can I get into the kingdom of heaven through according to you, can I get into the kingdom of heaven through anywhere other than salvation in Jesus Christ?
Should be the answer no, right?
We are all God's prized portion.
That's not the question.
All enemies of the Lord melt like wax before the fire.
But that wasn't right. But obviously, that's not the question. But notice how well Rob is staying in the pocket, understanding that he's not here trying to convince Marilyn of anything. He is here trying to show us that are watching this video now, obviously, and the people who are watching live, but whoever's watching in the audience, hey, I'm going to demonstrate that her ideas don't make sense. Whether she believes me, whether I change her mind is not the point here. And it's very unlikely to happen, but you watching might be able to learn something. Liberty said, some of the best people I know are Christians. Me too. Shout out to Papa Lutch. But some of the worst people are too. This goes both ways. I don't know. I think religious or not, most people want to force their worldview by way of the sword. Yeah. Absolutely. And I think there is a level of, I think you're exactly right. And there's a level of protection around, we'll say religion in general. If we're talking globally, there is a fence around pushing your worldview by the sword for religion. It's okay because this is the highest truth. It's okay that we kill these people. It's okay that we don't let those people do this, that, and the other because religion. That's why dogma is bad. If whatever you're saying, whatever you're doing is right, then eventually we should be able to empirically prove it. And before that, we should be able to have rational discussions about why it is reasonable that this is the thing to do. It's just society. That's just how we do things. But people want special pleading for their little space of their mind that they have these specific types of thoughts.
All enemies of the Lord melt like wax before the fire.
But that wasn't a yes or no. Can you answer yes or no and then expound?
The man remains. The man, God's prized portion, remains. Evil is.
That's also not a yes or no. Can you answer yes or no and then expound?
Yes or no what?
I asked you, is
yes or no what? Not listening to the question.
Is there a path into the kingdom of heaven other than through the salvation of Christ? Is it necessary to have salvation of Christ, to believe that Christ was the Son of God, and to accept him as that Savior in order to get in heaven? Is that necessary to get into heaven? As a Christian,
no,
you don't believe that?
I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I like.
Then what are we? What even is this? She's not a Christian. She's just God. Okay.
Okay.
Jesus wants to wash our feet. You want to suck his toes. We're not on the same playing field.
Okay, so you're not a Christian, but you believe in the Christian Bible.
That was kind of a bar. I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of a bar. I want to wash his feet. You want to suck his toes. Gotta call it like we see it, man.
Okay, so you're not a Christian, but you believe in the Christian Bible.
Well, this is a great point. Liberty said, seeing churches support abortion is pretty black pilling. And as a Christian, if I was a Christian, I would completely agree with you. The problem is that I don't know that when you're saying black pilling, I think what you mean is the legitimacy of the sanctity of Christianity or something along those lines, right? But as both of you and Robert Ducky were saying before, that's kind of not been the case, where Christianity has kind of been this very vague thing where some people, practice it as it should be practiced, And then other people just don't do any spiritual exploration and just glob onto the words, the superficial words of Christianity. Again, I think that's a good thing. This is a transitionary period for our species. And in order to get beyond the archaic ideas of dogmatic religion, I think we need to go through this. Again, I'm doing my best to be at the forefront of establishing something else, something, because there's already too many people who are not, who do not have a moral structure at all. And an overwhelming majority of those people are not unaware of religion and specifically Christianity. So we need to do better. And if Christianity can't do it, then Christianity can be there for whoever wants to be a Christian. And then for everybody else, we have the American identity. Just saying, man. Just saying. Fox said, this kind of conversation never made me feel good. She can't articulate it. It's not a fair fight as far as I have seen. Nobody fucking forced her up there. Nobody forced her up there. She wanted to talk about this. It's easier to talk people out of their religion than their politics. I find politics the more worthy cause. Well, when you have a bunch of Christian nationalists, they're one and the same, unfortunately. I don't know, but Rubber Ducky seemed familiar with her, so maybe. Larry said, if it ends in libertarianism, I'm happy. Unfortunately, seems like a global technocracy is the new god. The beast, the Antichrist. Well, exactly! Exactly! That's why we need to do better. Because the options are not Christianity or no Christianity. The options are Christianity, technocracy, or something better. Until any of you prove that something better does not exist, then I will be here pushing for something better.
So you're not a Christian, but you believe in the Christian Bible.
Yes, I believe in he was a catalyst. He was a very, very.
Do you believe that Muhammad? Do you believe in the Quran as well?
No.
But so you believe in the Bible, but don't consider
they're all God too. I mean, they're God too.
Okay. Can God sin?
She's also a talk away from throwing all of this garbage in the garbage where it belongs. I said, if I talk you out of religion, I want you to fight better than this. Wait, what? If I talk you out of religion, I want you to fight better than this. I don't know what that means.
I mean, they're God too.
Okay. Can God sin? Can God commit evil?
Sin is a disease.
Oh my God. Just answer the fucking question.
Can God get diseased?
I mean, if we're all God and you believe you can and you manifest it, and
but not me and you. You presuppose the answer. I'm not saying me and you. I'm not saying me and you. I'm asking him, God. Can he be diseased? Not us, right? Because we're having a question of whether or not we are gods.
We're all a part of the body. If a part of your body
You're begging the question. You're begging the question.
If your arm is broken, the rest of your body is not going to work properly.
Let me show you.
That's not how that works. Any of you ever broken your arm and your entire body just shut down? Yeah, I broke my arm and I couldn't breathe. What are we doing? What are we doing? Guys, we are coming up on that 2-hour mark. If you want to keep the party reaching, you know how to do it. I'm in the mood for some push-ups, guys. I'm in the mood for some push-ups. Torture me with the push-ups.
If your arm is broken, the rest of your body is not going to work properly.
Let me show you what you're doing. I say, can God be diseased? You say, we are God, so yes. And I'm like, but the question we're debating is whether or not we are God. So we're talking about the God. Can he be diseased? And you're like,
no.
Okay, so if
he can be diseased and we can be diseased, that means we're different.
If the God can't be diseased and we are equal to him in gods, can we be diseased?
Like so many other Christians, Box. That is my point here. That is my point. Yes, she is doing a piss poor job of holding up for God. This is a very common thing when having discussions with Christians. Just because you, the Christian that is watching this right now, is more in line with Rob than Marilyn, the Crystal Master. It really says Crystal Master. That explains a lot. But yeah, that is, there is, I've come into contact with way more people who have been like Marilyn than I have people who are like you guys. You guys are the exception. Please just be aware of that. What do we got here? I can steal man for her. Can you really? Never Ducky said, make asylums great again. She can be the poster child. I would vote for that. I would vote for that. Yeah, Steelman, you were the first one here. And then you disappeared, brother. Where you at? Let me say, imagine if you've never heard of religion, and the first time you did, it was a Zionist. What happens when God gets the flu? He dies. That's just the end of the universe. So Rubber Ducky said, you know what Rhino stands for? Republican in name only. These people are CINOs, Christians in name only. CINO! I'm going to steal that. Well said. I mean, if the shoe fits, brother, if the shoe fits.
God, can he be diseased? And you're like,
no.
Okay, so if the God can't be diseased and we are equal to him in God's, can we be diseased?
Did God not say we die because of lack of knowledge?
Why can't you just answer the question? Hey, shout out to Dylan Soup. I guess I'm gonna have to learn. I mean, you know, I know your profile pictures, but I guess I'm just gonna have to learn your at things now. I don't know when that happened, but it's not just StreamYard. That's YouTube as well. But anyway, welcome to the party, sir.
Can we be diseased?
Did God not say we die because of lack of knowledge?
I don't understand how that's relevant to the question. If we are equal to God and we are also gods, can we be diseased?
You're thinking of Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus.
No, the answer is no, but people believe it. And since they are God, guess what happens?
Go ahead, tell me.
Take a wild guess.
I think that you're kind of insane. So I don't know where you're going. I don't know.
You're going to be diseased. If you believe that you're going to be diseased, you're going to be diseased because you are God. You are the judge.
So if you believe that you're going to be diseased, you're going to be diseased because you're God. You are the judge. This is Christianity. Now, again, she said she's not a Christian. Fair enough. But she's clearly representing metaphysical aspects that are very important to the Christian framework.
But again, if the God can't be diseased because
I guess, oh man, I guess she's not a CINO because she said she's not a Christian. But there's a lot of CINOs that do call themselves Christians that think exactly like she does. Maybe not exactly, but
you are the judge.
But again, if the God can't be diseased because he's not fallible enough to ever believe something that's not true, then why are we different than that? If we're equally gods.
Psyops, lies. It's not a battle between
psyop from who?
It's not a battle of flesh and blood. It's a battle of spirit.
Okay, but who's the adversary? If we're all gods, then there's nothing that's the adversarial. We're all God. We're all truth. So
I gotta give Dylan the fucking dilly. I saw one look at the top button. Does she even have her hair up? I think her hair's down, bro. What you talking about? But yeah, one look and you know what you're getting into. But yeah, I think her hair's down.
Odds, then there's nothing that's the adversarial.
Yeah, her hair's down. What are you talking about?
We're all God. We're all truth. So there is no lie.
The thoughts in your head that you manifest, that you think about, that only the devil would have in his head.
What is the devil? Is the devil a god?
It's the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium.
Fucking pardon? It's merely an intentional throwing off of the equilibrium. Duh. How do you not know this? Do you not read your Bible? Context said the scary thing is that there was a time in my life I could see myself going down the same path she has. Luckily, my mind wasn't so open that that my brain completely fell out. Thank you. If that is, I don't agree, but I god damn savagery. It's like, yeah, run that back. Repeal the 19th. Yep, that's exactly the doctrine from Crystal Master over here. That if you think impurely, then and you throw off your equilibrium, cancer.
That only the devil would have in his head.
Yeah, let's get that whole thing.
All truth. So there is no lie.
The thoughts in your head.
The thoughts in
your head that you manifest, that you think about, that only the devil would have in his head.
How would it only be in the devil's head if you're talking about thoughts that are in my head and I'm God?
What?
The idea here is we are all God. So if you're saying thoughts in your head that only the devil would have in his head, then means that you are the devil and definitionally not God unless you are including the devil in we are all God. Yep. Well, so this country started going downhill, and we have to let the women folk confidence or correlation, coincidence or correlation, you decide. Well, you guys saw my universal suffrage debate that I just put out the other day, right? I think I put it on there on Saturday. You guys, I'm sure, because you watch every video that comes out on the channel, right? Why would you not? Dylan said, my harsh shadow is making it look like she's wearing a top bun on her head. She got a whole lot going on, brother. She got a whole. We can rule out the possibility of the brain hiding her hair. Very true. Very true. Maybe she means crystal meth. That definitely makes you. Yeah, that's. I think that's what Crystal Master is replying to, referring to. I don't know what else it would refer to.
That you manifest, that you think about, that only the devil would have in his head.
What is the devil? Is the devil a god?
It's the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium. It's not so
the devil's not an entity. It's just
you're
throwing
carnal
off
minded. You're carnal minded. You're trying to put a carnal body on this enemy, this devil, when he does not exist. It is all a mental battle, a spiritual battle.
Is God himself capable?
You're not wrong.
Of losing the spiritual battle?
No.
Then how can you say that we're equal to him when you're admitting that we're capable of losing that battle?
So another thing here is that this isn't about, obviously, whether you're a Christian or you're not or whatever. This is clearly not the intention of what Jesus Christ wanted to spread to the people, right? And so just because it's far out there doesn't mean that you, as a logical thinker, shouldn't be able to distill down what the fuck this bitch is actually saying. It doesn't matter unless she is literally using sentences that don't create thought. Then you should be able to follow along with, at least individually, what the things to say and try to put together a picture of what the fuck she's talking about and then address that picture. I guess it could be actual crystals, but I would bet that she's on both. Then I like if the options were, is it like crystals like the rocks? Is it both? Or is it just meth? I'm picking both before I'm picking the crystals. Even occultists aren't as lore locked as this lady. Well, I mean, this is when, you let your dogma just go on and do your own thing. It can go in crazy places. And because there is no questioning it, because there is no room left to say, well, is this correct? Can I question myself? Then you just go further down the rabbit hole.
Then how can you say that we're equal to him when you're admitting that we're capable of losing that battle?
Because I'm saying there's a past, there's a present, and there's a future. That even Lucifer will return home as the prodigal son.
It seemed that you just...
There's no place else to go but back to God.
Okay, that might be true.
About hell.
That might be true. Then someday we may reunite with the body of God and be God. But until then, are we gods? If God is infallible, if God can't have these internal thoughts that lead to evil, but we can, how could you put us on an equal playing field with him right now?
You can't, bro. You can't. So that is very obvious to us watching this. But she's not getting it. So we still need to have the discussion. And you are going to find people like this. Maybe most often it's just somebody that you're talking to on X and you can just, move on with your life. But maybe it's not. Maybe this is your child's teacher. Maybe this is your wife's best friend. Maybe, you have to be able to navigate this stuff without flipping the fuck out and crashing out over it. Or you could just be exactly. So Robert Ducky, I hope you're taking notes, brother. I hope you're taking notes. Rob is doing this perfectly. Matthew said she is arguing points that aren't being made. Yep. And so I think if Rob thought her to be more of a unequal playing field, then I think he would go a lot more into that. I think he understands that this is just a shit show that we're just here for the ride. But either way, he's doing a very good job of distilling what she actually is saying down into some type of understandable message, and then showing how that message or that idea is not correct, or at the very least incompatible with the prompt that they're debating. Like I said, this lady 100% makes PBJ with the jelly straight on the bread with no peanut butter buffer. Who likes cold jelly bread? I do. I mean, now I had this poll up because I want to do this, but now you're fucking shit up, Box. Now you're fucking shit up, brother.
But we can. How could you put us on an equal playing field with him right now?
Jesus died.
But you just said Jesus dying was irrelevant.
I didn't say it was irrelevant.
You did. You said that we were gods before and after Jesus died. And in fact,
it defeats the weak arguments you have, the weak enemies you have.
So just to be clear, Jesus died. So now that means no one could have evil, or no one could lose the internal battle in their head because Jesus died, correct?
I mean, realistically speaking, yes.
Okay, so then any action that occurs now isn't evil that anyone does because Jesus died, correct?
I'm saying there's a...
All right. Let's see. I feel like that is one of my favorite parts, is the juxtaposition of room temperature peanut butter and bread with a nice chilled jelly. I think that is amazing. But let's see if I'm the weird one or if Box is. I don't know. We'll see. But hit the poll. Do you put peanut butter between the jelly and the bread? And I specifically, so yes, you put peanut butter on both sides of the bread and then jelly, or no, you put peanut butter on one and jelly on the other and you make a sandwich.
Does because Jesus died, correct?
I'm saying there's a majority of people that still are Jews.
How much time are you holding on to a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that is getting soggy?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Let's do that again.
So then any action that occurs now isn't evil that anyone does because Jesus died, correct?
I'm saying there's a majority of people that still are Jews.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You gonna go groiper on me here now?
I mean, it is what it is.
I don't understand.
Base, bro! Base! Oh my fucking god, dude!
What isn't evil that anyone does because Jesus died, correct?
I'm saying there's a majority of people that still are Jews.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You gonna go groiper on?
It has to do with everything! The Jews rule the world! What do you mean? What does the Jews have to do with anything?
Me here now?
I mean, it is what it is.
I don't understand. Whether or not someone's Jewish is irrelevant. You said that you're not Christian, you don't suck Jesus's toes. So what would someone being Jewish? Let me finish. So it would be irrelevant if someone's Jewish. You're saying that the fact that Jesus died somehow means that we've now all ascended to godhood and none of us now could lose and fall victim to lack of truth or evil, which is the internal battles within our brain.
So then if I were you, then I would buy a thing of the to-go ramekins that you like if you get sauce at a restaurant. You put the stuff in there, and then you make a fresh sandwich. Just saying.
So is it possible, now that Jesus has died, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish, it doesn't matter if you're Muslim, we're all gods, regardless of if we accept Jesus as the Son of God or not, and therefore we can no longer lose that internal contradiction in our brains, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, for example, someone who...
She has no idea what he just asked her. She's just like, yeah, totally.
It's correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, for example, someone who's engaged in sexual assault of children, that's not evil.
That's believing lies. You don't know your
You
God.
just said that's not possible because
you
Jesus
don't know
died.
your word.
You literally
you don't
just said
say
that's not
no.
possible. You just said it's not possible. Since Jesus died, no one could lose that battle anymore. You just said
Right.
it. Okay.
I just said it. That doesn't mean there's not Christians being turned into rabbis every day. That
What does a
doesn't
rabbi
mean,
have to do with anything?
it means that Jews repent, not Christians. Christians have already been bought with blood. It would be no point of Jesus to have been sinless if you have to still work for your salvation. Sin is merely sin is not an infraction that required retribution, but a disease that required healing. Sin was a disease that needs healing. If someone has the disease of sin, they need healing. But everyone can be healed if they knew they were God. If
we knew we were God, we could all be healed. But I think Guantech may have just changed the game. Because I'm a dipper. I'm a dipper. In any situation, I want to dip. Any situation, I want to dip. If we're talking about waffles, I want to break that shit off and dip it in. Maybe, if I'm in a restaurant, I'll use my knife and fork. If I'm just making waffles at home, I'm rubbing that shit. Pancake, same thing. I just had some chicken crispers, some chilies the other day. Get an extra thing of sauce. Dip, dip, dip. And the best one that I have found, is bagels. Oh, I was so spoiled my whole life living in Jersey, just getting these amazing bagels. Well, you guys are eating whatever the fuck they sell at Dunkin' Donuts, but we are abso-fucking-lutely you can. But I realized that I think it's a timing thing, but I'm not really sure. But at least in my area, like in speaking Jersey, New York, Philly area, they always put a crazy amount of cream cheese, like a whole layer. It's like bagel, cream cheese, bagel, instead of like, a normal fucking sandwich with a spread on it. So I started getting the cream cheese on the side, and it changed my fucking life. It is so much better. So if I'm going to get, obviously if I'm going to get a breakfast sandwich, and there's a garlic bagel with bacon, egg, and cheese. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a pork roll, but I'm from Jersey, but I do prefer the bacon. But if not, you get a blueberry bagel with strawberry cream cheese and dip it in. Guam Tech wins. Guam Tech wins. Where we at? Anything else? Shout out to Def, not a test. Welcome to the TheIndianJesus channel. Very good to see you. Let's dive right back in to Rob Noerr debating God herself.
Sin was a disease that needs healing. If someone has the disease of sin, they need healing. But everyone can be healed if they knew they were God.
Jersey born and raised, baby.
If people don't know they're God, they're not going to be healed of this disease.
You're not, but the problem is you're not even following a logical chain of argumentation from what you yourself are saying. So what you've contradicted yourself. That's not true. I could explain. You explain how I've contradicted.
I know you're hungry and they're not feeding you, but come here
to myself after I explain how you have. So what are you talking about? I just give you a big chunk of time. I've asked you questions. I've tried to argue in good faith. Like, for example, you said that being a Christian, you're not even a Christian. Being a Christian's irrelevant, right? Jesus, first off, it didn't have to be Jesus. It could have been any person, right? It doesn't matter. You admitted that. It could have been any person because we're all gods. So all of us are on the same playing field as Jesus anyways, right? That's what you said. It could have been any of us that died on the cross. Then
we got another Maryland fan. I did not know that she was out here like this, but shout out to the Crystal Master.
On the same playing field as Jesus anyways, right? That's what you said. It could have been any of us that died on the cross. Then you say that you're not a Christian because you don't, quote, suck Jesus's toes. Now, I took the implication of that is you don't have to accept Christ as the Son of God as in the unique path to get into heaven. You just accept that the Bible's accurate, but that's not what's necessary. And then you were very articulate that since Jesus has died, none of us could commit evil, which is lack of truth, because all that is an internal contradiction in our head, which is now not possible because Jesus died. Then you immediately revoke back to, but the Jews, because they somehow, which you admitted, would have been gods before Christ, which means there's no reason they wouldn't be gods now, even if they don't believe in Christ. And you say, yes, but the Jews maybe, but even though I said no one could sin now because Jesus died for our sins, when I'm like, okay, then something heinous like assaulting children, you would say that that's not lack of truth or evil. And you're like, well, no, because the Jews. And I don't understand what you said yes or no.
Okay.
Did you say that?
Yeah. the Jews. What's the question? It's the Jews! Shout out to Boggs. 10 months. 10 months already, sir. Thank you so very, very much. These will not count towards the swole goal, but of course, as a thank you for being a disciple, Morty does get a treat. Thank you so very, very much. 10 months indeed. Thank you, sir. Death Not a Test said Rob likes to bloviate. Interesting take. He will be here live Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. So come and tell him whatever you'd like.
The Jews. And I don't understand what you said. Yes or no? Okay. Did you say that? I'll just ask you, and you could by all means expound on it. But did you not clearly say that because Jesus has died, now we as humans, irrelevant if we're Christians or not, can no longer sin or no longer be without truth because Jesus has died? You claim that, correct?
Fair. I have another. Okay, so this advice is about 15 years, as of 15 years ago, so things might be different. But Chips Ahoy reduced fat are tastier than the original Chips Ahoy. My mom used to be in nutrition, and every once in a while she would have to do like these taste test things where we'd get like 3 different versions of the same product. One was like low fat, one was like no sugar or whatever, and we'd do a blind taste test. Especially with 9, not 10, 9 seconds of dip in milk, the reduced fat Chips Ahoy, as of 15 years ago, were better than the original. I mean, Oreos that's not even a question. That's not even a question. But try the reduced fat Chips Ahoy and thank me later.
No longer be without truth because Jesus has died. You claim that, correct?
I mean, yeah, but
okay. Then real quick, let me say this last point, and then you can talk all you want. Then
as it stands right now, keywords right now.
That would imply that any action that right now I could take as a human or anyone else could not be considered evil or sin, such as the assaulting of children.
It wouldn't be considered sin. That doesn't mean you're doing what's right and just and aligned with order. I mean, it's not. It's you. Because of the system we're in, those things happen. But if we were in heaven, none of that stuff would happen. And it's supposed to be in heaven, on earth as it is in heaven. And it is possible.
And I mean, it's not, but he's doing a damn good job of it. He's doing a damn good job. I mean, I don't understand what the fuck she's saying. But he seems to have some grasp on it. Well enough to tear the fuck to pieces.
In heaven, on earth as it is in heaven. And it is possible. But I don't feel like iniquity is the enemy. It's poverty. Poverty is the enemy. I don't think people would molest.
Oh, now poverty is the enemy. But hold on. A quick side quest. Listen. There are certain things in life where you go for the brand name. Everything else doesn't fucking matter. Toilet paper. Your favorite snack is going to be better when you get the specific one. And what was the other one? It has something to do with paper towels. So toilet paper towels, and snacks like that. You go with the brand name and then save your money elsewhere. When you're buying knives, they don't need to be Cutco knives. When you're buying a chair, it doesn't need to be, the most expensive thing in the world. When you're buying a microphone to run an entire YouTube channel, just get the fucking easy the easy USB one. But when it comes to those cookies, you spend an extra $1 and you enjoy each cookie much better. Goddamn right, name brand cookies.
Enemy, it's poverty. Poverty is the enemy. I don't think people would molest other people if we were all, really dearly, truly cherished and loved as the highest. No, God shows no favoritism. We're all his favorites, and we're all.
Yeah, if only we had more money like Jeffrey Epstein, then
honored. And
why? Let me ask you this: why you say that poverty is the problem? Why? Can you explain just a little why poverty is the problem?
Because causes people to lose their mind. It causes people to not think clearly. It derails people.
Can God?
Do you believe that? Or do you think that? I was under the impression that you didn't believe in heaven. Marilyn, is Larry Flint's grand? Wait. Is that a joke or is that like for real? That makes a lot of sense if it's real. She sounds like she'd be a good politician. You're goddamn right. Goddamn right. So that, again, it depends on what it is. Sometimes it is, or most times I would say, at this stage in the game, things don't last. Quality doesn't exist. You talk about 50 years ago, yeah, you buy an appliance or something, it's going to last forever. But like, again, when it comes to the lighting, $30 for 3 of these that came with different color shields. So like all these around, there's 1, 2, there's one back there, and then there's one over on the other side. This blue. And then I have one upstairs just for regular light. And then I have these 2 here. Grand total of like $60 for all of the lighting. All of the lighting. Well, plus the, and then there's one red light bulb here. Quality doesn't exist anymore. Buy things with the intention that they already know it's going to break in a year, in 5 years, in whatever. So just buy the cheap shit and then buy another one. Unless, no. Okay, sorry. I forgot the 3. It was 3. I remembered that it was 3 things, but I put the paper towels and toilet paper in one. So it's toilet paper and paper towels. That's number 1. Number 2 is the foods that you're gonna eat every day, and number 3, I just forgot it again. Fuck. Oh yes. Socks and underwear. Socks and underwear. The food you always you eat on the regular. Paper towels and toilet paper. Everything else. Buy the cheapest one that you can get. But with those, you want to pay for what you want.
Not think clearly. It derails.
Okay.
People.
Can God above? Can he become the victim of poverty and lose his mind?
No.
So then how can we...
Then we're not the same!
Put ourselves on an equal playing field with him. If we're gods, we couldn't become victims of poverty.
There is a select few children that are leaders of the world that are ignorant, and they think they're doing good, and they think they're, doing what's right, and they're just ignorant. They don't know any better. I'm not saying it's necessarily malice all the time, but they really are stuck in this.
But that's not gonna help, because you're making the affirmative position.
That is not an uncommon thing. We'll be like, all right, well, I'm not gonna get this cheapest one, but yeah, the second best. But in general, you don't need the brand name for the overwhelming majority of things, especially these days.
That we're all gods. So can God above be ignorant? Then how?
Shout out to Section 230. Welcome to the party. So yet another example of why women shouldn't preach or be pastors. I mean, that's for y'all to figure out, but this is not a good representation of whatever you're trying to represent. I can tell you that. Welcome to the party.
So can God above be ignorant? Then how can humans who you're also saying are gods be ignorant, even if it's just a small portion of them?
So the jacket would fit, because of your climate, the jacket would fit in with the socks and underwear.
They're gods. They couldn't be ignorant.
Right. So
then they're not all gods.
That doesn't mean they're not all gods. It means they're not.
Doesn't it though?
They're acting like God. They're not being God. Does that make sense?
No, honey, it does not.
Trying to act like the enemy, the devil. They're trying to play the part as a God, but they're not actually being God.
Did you ever see the meme of SpongeBob and Patrick with the Man Ray guy with his wallet? And Man Ray's like, this fell out of your pocket. And Patrick's like, yes. And he's like, it's got your ID in it. And Patrick's like, yes. And he goes, therefore it's your wallet, right? And he's like, no, that's what you're doing right now. It's literally what you're doing. You say that all humans are God, that we're equal with God. I say, can God be a victim of poverty? You're like, no. And I'm like, can God be ignorant? And you're like, no. And I'm like, and yet you're saying that humans can be victims of poverty and ignorant. And you're like, yes. I'm like, therefore humans can't be God. And you're like, no, there's still God.
I bet you.
Guys, the poll is at 50-50. So first of all, Box, you better shut the fuck up on detesting. Oh, this is the right way to do it. That. We are at 50-50. 50-50. And everybody here has voted. So next person is going to break the tie. Unless I decide to keep it up until we get enough people for me. But hit the poll if you have not hit the poll. Bucks, I do hippie things. Like we're using the same paper cup at work for months on end. I try not to consume much. I am on like the 6th use of a disposable coffee cup. I buy them because I make my protein shakes and I'll bring them out to work and whatever. But I have, I don't drink caffeine anymore. So, but I miss the taste of, a nice hot cup of coffee. And so I have decaf instant. It's not the same, but again, like we're talking about, it's close enough. And so every once in a while, I have an electric kettle in my room, fill it up with some water, plop it on. I got the thing in there, and I got coffee right there. And I've used that a few times. It's plastic coated. I'm not going to use it forever, but yeah, right.
Therefore, humans can't be God. And you're like, no, there's still God.
I bet you every single person that you just imagined in your mind does not believe they are God. I bet you 100%.
But if they were God, why would they ever be duped into believing they're not God? God himself would be infallible. Gods would be infallible. So the fact you just admitted God can't.
I gotta try that.
Be mistaken. God can't be ignorant. So the fact that I can be ignorant and all the people I know are engaged in ignorance, wouldn't that imply that they're not equal with God?
They're just gaslit to gaslight themselves.
So they've
I like just honey on toast. I never put it with peanut butter, but
gaslit themselves. Can God gaslight himself?
No.
Then how can we say, if we're capable of gaslighting ourselves and God is not, then how could we say that we're equal with God and also gods?
So if this was me, at this point, I would bring it down to like not specifics. I would say, I would talk, can God do a thing? Let's say God can do everything, right? So God can do this thing. Are there any things that humans can't do? Let's say fly. What's that? God can fly, humans can't fly. Like using my hand. So 2 different things there. That's it.
Gaslighting ourselves and God is not, then how could we say that we're equal with God and also gods?
I'm not gaslit. You don't believe you are God.
Okay, so
right, yes, you, Crystal, are gaslighting all of us to making it seem like you have anything to say.
You're God, but I'm not. Thus, you're still wrong that all of us are gods.
But you are God. If you knew you were God, you would not act that fucking way.
Okay, but does God know he's God?
Yeah.
Is it possible for God to become ignorant? Is it possible for God to become gaslit?
No.
Okay, then there's something different about him than me, right?
Then in your mind, yeah.
But not in my mind, in your mind. You believe in objective truth.
I believe you are God, and you wouldn't act that way, be that ignorant if you knew you were God, if you took on some accountability.
But there's clearly...
That is not illogical. That is not illogical. Her position here is that you're making this argument because you don't know. You're not aware of the fact that you're God. So by you saying this, it proves to me not that you're not God, that you are God, but that you're just wrong about the way that you think about these things. I've heard a lot of Christian arguments that, oh, it just is this way. You're just not aware of it. So why should I believe that she does not have the right answers, and the people who are making the exact same argument for, boilerplate Christianity, what's the difference? What's the difference?
A difference between me and God because I'm capable of not taking that accountability where God's not.
What?
God can't be ignorant. God can't be gaslit, correct? God knows all. So therefore it would be impossible for him to fall for these same delusions that I am, correct?
Right.
So then how can I say that I'm equal with God? And you can say, well, because you're delusional. Okay, how could you, who are claiming you're not delusional, think that I'm equal with God?
Okay. If Jesus knew that,
and now okay, I don't know what you said, so I'm just gonna say my thing again, and even though it doesn't make any sense, if we're all God, then God is God, and God. All right. Well, I won't definitely test you retracted that, so I'll pull it up. But I mean,
God created every person on earth, and the enemy didn't create any people, because that's not what the enemy does. He doesn't create people.
Who's the enemy?
Whatever, the devil, Satan,
Is he
Lucifer.
God?
Can you let me finish? Say one.
All right. I'm sorry. You understand the confusion, though. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I see why you deleted it, because I thought you were saying the other way around. Death Not Taz said, I like Marilyn. Her open mockery of faith really upsets the theists. I can imagine why. I will definitely be bringing this up to him because of the fact that I really respect that as a Christian, he is willing and able to do this. This is not easy. He's making it look easy because he's good at this. But especially if you are not just doing this for the content, when you're actually in this discussion, when you actually are trying to exchange ideas with someone like this. Oh, man.
Say one.
All right. I'm sorry. You understand the confusion, though. Go ahead.
Why would Jesus say to the Pharisees that they belong to the devil? Their father was the devil. They belong to their father, the devil. If God knew that God created every person that has ever lived, and Satan doesn't create people.
Bro, I'm sitting here reading the chat, and I had a momentary realization. I was like, wait, what did she just say? And then my son says, like, all right, yeah, let me listen. I thought it was directly, that's a message from God. From God. Okay, let me pay attention.
Father was the devil. They belong to their father, the devil. If God knew that God created every person that has ever lived, and Satan doesn't create people, why would he say that you belong to your father, the devil? You say things that only the
wait. I want to go that. I want to go
that they belong.
Why would Jesus say
to the devil? Their father was the devil.
Why would Jesus say the Pharisees belong to?
They belong to their father, the devil. If God knew that God created every person that has ever lived.
So if God knew God created every person that ever lived, which would be if we are accepting the existence of this type of God, like, okay, yes, then God would be aware that he created everyone that lived.
And Satan doesn't create people. Why?
And I'm just going to throw that in there. Satan doesn't create people. Okay, I mean, I guess that's, fair enough.
Would he say that you belong to your father, the devil?
Because of what they were doing, no?
You say things that only the enemy would have thoughts of, which makes you sound like the enemy.
I don't understand.
Do you want Marilyn on your channel? I'll send her your stream link. Yeah, and, have her come through. I would love to discuss this and show you guys how I am not nearly as good at this as Rob, but I will do my very best.
Thoughts of, which makes you sound like the enemy.
I don't understand the relevance of that. Doesn't even if I concede and try to steel man what you're saying, none of that comes close to proving that we're gods. Let me show you. Did I create this? It's a stick man. I don't know if you can see it. The lighting's bad.
Yeah, look, you're God. You
wait. I created this stick man, right?
Incredible.
And I'm human, correct? Is this stick man? Is this?
Are we really leaving that poll at 50-50? Should we do it for the sanctity of our community? I'm going to give it 30 more seconds. And if the poll isn't broken, then Box, you are wrong by the split, 50-50 split.
Man, right?
Incredible.
And I'm human, correct? Is this stick man? Is this stick man human?
Human is a psyop.
Okay, I'm God.
Human is a psyop. What do you do with that? I mean, I think the right answer is to just blow by it and pretend she didn't say such a ridiculous thing. But
is this stick man? Is this stick man human?
Human is a psyop.
Okay, I'm God. I created this stick man. Is this
what does
stick
that
man
mean?
God?
If you want to name it God,
I'm not asking if I want to name it. I'm asking to you, is this stick man God?
You drew it.
That's the question.
Tell me what it is. It's your art.
It's a stick man. Do you think it's God?
You're God. You just told me it was a stick man.
Correct.
So it's a stick man.
Okay.
You're
but
God.
If your argument is that everything God created is God and I just created that, then why isn't that God?
We have dominion. Humans, gods, us, the image of God, are above the animals, above the
But that's
earth,
my
above
image. I just drew it poorly.
We're the highest. We're on the top of the.
But that's
top
my
of
image.
everything
I just
in
drew it
God's eyes.
poorly. So it's created in my image.
You're not an inanimate object. You are worth to God. You are the highest worth to God.
But being worth to God is different than being God myself and on an even playing field.
Yep.
It really isn't.
It is. As long as
it is, though. That's why we're saying different words for it.
Worth to God. You are the highest worth to God.
But being worth to God is different than being God myself and on an even playing field.
It really isn't.
It is. As long as I can point to differences. If God is perfect, complete, incapable of being ignorant, all-knowing, all-powerful, and I am none of those things, how can I call myself God?
She's winning people over. Oh my God, she's winning people over. Section 230 said psyops are created by someone. What entity is doing the psyop then? It might be God. Maybe it's God. Oh man, God is trying to confuse us as humans into thinking that we are humans when actually we are him. That's the psyop. Duh. Did you guys get this shit? Guantex said my finger has just as much value to the world as my brain. All right, Guantex wife, give the phone back, please.
Ignorant, all-knowing, all-powerful, and I am none of those things. How can I call myself God?
You can't.
Because if you're standing in front of God and you're putting all your eggs in the basket of just God and not including the Spirit, the Holy Spirit that lives in the masses of all the people ever created by God, you are denying God by idolizing this image. You are idolizing an image because you are denying that the Holy Spirit lives in all these other people.
No, that's not true at all. Acknowledging that God exists in all of us isn't acknowledging that we ourselves are gods. Are you aware of the passage, pride comes before the fall? Is pride a sin?
I believe pride and ego are gifts from God.
So pride's not.
Wow. Okay. Well, again, going on in our own direction here.
The sin.
Not because I don't feel like if you look up the definition of pride,
you define it to me.
It's just having just feeling good about all the things in your life, basically having pride for it. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's not infringing on your rights. It is your jealousy and your envy that
a feeling of deep pleasure or satisfaction derived from one's own achievements, the achievements of those with whom one is closely associated, or from qualities or possessions that are widely admired, like a gender identity.
life, basically having pride for it. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's not infringing on your rights. It is your jealousy and your envy that makes my pride a bad thing.
Do you think the Bible is the word of God?
Yes.
Is there a passage in the Bible that says pride is a sin?
I mean, she ain't the crystal master for nothing. I missed the question. What was the question?
Yes.
Is there a passage in the Bible that says pride is a sin?
There is. I mean, I know that's like one of the 7 deadly sins, but so I would assume that there's a specific passage, but yeah.
It depends on if it's coming out of the mouth of the devil or if it's coming out of the mouth of God.
That wasn't the question. Is there a passage, regardless of who it's from, is there a passage that said pride comes before the fall?
Depends on if it's coming out of the mouth of the devil or if it's
okay. Or well, then if I'm Rob, then I'm saying why. I'll run it back. Why then? Why does it matter? Because you know that you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to drive this conversation because she's going to do her own thing. So you got to grab onto whatever you can grab onto. So if she's saying it depends, okay, why does it depend? Because what's the question here?
Is pride is a sin?
Is there a passage in the Bible that says pride is a sin? And she says,
it depends on if it's coming.
Okay. Why does it depend on who says it as to whether or not there is a passage in the Bible or there's not a passage in the Bible?
Coming out of the mouth of the devil or if it's coming out of the mouth of God?
I'm doing you a favor here. Imagine you having to fucking deal with this shit on your own. Imagine you having to deal with this shit on your own. I am doing you a favor here. I am walking you through this on a leash. Be honest. How long would you have watched this conversation on your own? You wouldn't. Exactly.
It depends on if it's coming out of the mouth of the devil or if it's coming out of the mouth of God. And
Proverbs.
What?
Proverbs 16:18. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before the fall. Proverbs 8:13. To fear the Lord is to hate.
The exception makes the rule.
A haughty spirit before the fall. Proverbs 8:13. To fear the Lord is to hate evil. I hate pride and arrogance, evil behavior, and pervasive speech. Can you think of something more prideful or more arrogant than believing you are equal?
I mean, let me just put it out there. I don't have any ill will towards her. I think she is a great representation of people who use religious language in such a way that it waters down what religion is, what God is, what Christianity is, what all of these things are. And we are at such a point where we've gone, I mean, you want to call it a slippery slope or whatever, but we've gone so far away to where this conversation can happen that I don't know that it can be reformed back to anything worth it. There's the people who practice Christianity in the right way. Great. Good. That is a good thing. But I would argue infinitely more people either don't practice Christianity or practice Christianity in the wrong way. So how is just telling a larger and larger and larger and larger and larger percent of your group that they are wrong, how is that helping anybody? I don't think it is. So I'm an atheist. So my position in terms of making fun of faith and criticizing the ideas itself is completely impersonal. I think Rob's religious ideas are just as silly as Marilyn's religious ideas. He just has a better grasp on them, and more people have spent time making it make sense. So no ill will towards her, but she is a very good example of why I don't feel like I should have to tiptoe around these discussions with Christians. I think she is a great example of why the general, you, if you are a Christian that wants to have a conversation with me, that you should be aware that there are people in your group that are like this. And I can't know the difference until we get into it. And so if you're going to get angry that I'm asking about what it is that you believe, or you get angry that I bring up certain things that don't make sense to me, which is a very, very, very common thing in discussions with Christians, then you're not going to get the result that you want. You're not going to get people like me who already believe in your ethics and morals to get back to practicing the rituals that you want. Now, again, I don't believe that is an option either way. But this is certainly not helping. Boss, you're doing me a favor. That is true, but I have lived this convo now so many times. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. What? But I've been giving her a hard time too, but I said to begin with, I don't really like it. It's not a fair sport. No, I disagree with that. She decided to, nobody forced her up here. Nobody said, hey, you're just living your life doing these things. We want to bring you up here and just antagonize you and interrogate you. Each person has to click the button twice. You have to click the button twice. You click enter the studio. Then you put your name in, and you have to click enter again. So if you put your face on the internet and say things just like a lot of people make fun of me, it's fair game. Never lucky rubber ducky said, stand for nothing and you'll fall for anything. Anything case in point. Yeah. Case in point. Maryland. Well, I don't know. I'm wondering if I want to give credit to the fact that she's willing to go outside of this is what the scripture says. I'll often talk about how people will people who have had their religion, or excuse me, people who have had their atheistic phase. They brought up in their in religion, but then they fell away from it, but eventually they grew up and came back. I often talk about how those people, typically when you were an atheist, you weren't studying anything in philosophy, you weren't exploring your spirituality, you just turned that off and then eventually realized, as we all do, that spirituality is an important thing, and then just went back to what you knew. That is a different thing than being an atheist who spends time exploring their spirituality. So there's no difference. She's just more honest about we just make it all up side of Christianity. You are absolutely right. I'm going to do that again. Second dilly for Marilyn, being more honest. There you go. Is that Marilyn? Hey, a shout out to Marilyn. Welcome to the party. I just dropped the link in the chat if you want to come up and chat. No pressure if you don't want to. But welcome. I'm having Rob on the channel. I'm an atheist. So I'm having Rob on the channel on Wednesday, and we're going to talk about my kind of brand of MAGA atheism and how that potentially could be a thing. And you've got a great example here of why I think we need what I need. So, feel free. Come on up. Just use some version of Marilyn in your name so I know that it's you. And let's chat. So then let's dive back in.
Fear of the Lord is to hate evil. I hate pride.
We're at the point where Rob was saying, is there something in the Bible that says pride is wrong?
And arrogance, evil behavior, and pervasive speech. Can you think of something more prideful or more arrogant than believing you are equal to God? That seems to be the ultimate pride and the ultimate hubris.
Yep. I would also say, in this same way, that thinking that you're the chosen people. This is a little bit arrogant.
Who is it hurting to feel like I am?
That wasn't the question.
What my Father is, and he who sent me hasn't left me.
Me? It's hurting me. It's hurting me because I'm out here trying to spread a message of morality through a way that people who don't have these beliefs and cannot have these beliefs, and my message is shot down because people like both of these will spread that Christianity is the only way. It must be by the book. Prove it.
To feel like I am what my Father is, and he who sent me hasn't left me. How is that really affecting and triggering you so bad?
You just got, because you,
as I told you, this is my what I believe is my life's work, and maybe I'll find out that I'm wrong one day. But as of right now, I do believe that in some probably very similar to people who felt some type of calling from God, I feel that too. For this.
You would be able to say that all actions you take are infallible because you yourself are God. You're on an equal playing field, and so you do not have to listen to the word of God because you yourself are God.
I am the word of God.
That's the ultimate pride. That's the harm. Therefore, you would say any action you take. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You're not delusional, correct?
No.
You don't engage in any untruths, correct?
I mean, in this hour, I wouldn't be surprised if I think thoughts that aren't true sometimes.
How's that possible? You're not delusional and you know you're God.
Change my foundational truth that I can measure it against.
No, but wait a minute. That makes no sense. You said the only way people act outside of being God is they've convinced themselves they're not God. And so therefore, if you know that you are God, then it's incapable of you to be ignorant because you know you're God, right?
Unless, of course, we water down again that very, very, very bad at being a word God. God is very bad at being a word. What is the purpose of words? The purpose of words, the purpose of language is to take the ideas and thoughts that are in my head and transfer them into your head. But if I say God, then what elicits in your mind is your idea and your thoughts of God. And so like I always say, if you disagree with me on that point, then before you walk into church or whatever you do, ask yourself, define that word for yourself. What is God? God equals this, not who is God, not what is not God. What is the definition of the word God? Then you go turn to the person on your right. You ask them, what is God? They're going to give you a different answer. And not only that, you turn to the other side and ask that person, and yet again, you're going to get a third answer. And you will get as many answers as people you ask. So it is bad at being a word. And what makes it worse is applying it to everything. If God is everything, then God is nothing. We got it. Liberty said, I just don't think Jesus would steal my savings and give to Ukraine, you know? Very, very true. I think that is the fact. Section 230 said there's only one God. Any other God is a false idol and fair belief. But I would ask you to prove it before I take it on myself. Shout out to Guam Tech with the $2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, of course. Every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Unlike a shock, I'm not Hassan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said I'm so damn excited for Wednesday. I am too. I hope that I have he gives me a lot to think about, where it's like, oh damn, I never really thought about that. Because I feel like I'm in a good place in terms of what I have to offer, but in terms of articulating it, in terms of fighting the uphill battle of mostly talking to Christians and people who believe in that kind of stuff. That's the difficult part. That's the difficult part. Thank you, sir. Liberty said, government has yet to solve the price problem. Socialism is mathematically diagenetic. Yep. Ron said, we are all part of the one body. Which body is that? So like then I would dive into that and say, okay, well, if something is part of my body, then if I pull my hair, then it is that's exactly where I was going to go. Like if I pull my hair, then the same consciousness that if I stub my toe, that same consciousness is invoked, we'll say, because that's my body. So again, with the word God, with the word body, if we're watering down what a body means, then we're not really talking about anything. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I just had a brain fart. Where are we? Okay. Guamtech said, Rob had a great way of addressing the Antifa is just an idea argument. I'll paraphrase. Please do. Section 230 said, God is within everything by his spirit. He's not literally everything like some claim. You can see God in everything, appreciating the beauty and complexity of his works. And then again, we come back to how do you know that they are his works? How do you know that they're anybody's works? We said, I believe the VA, that the VA wants to help, but socialized medicine fucks up the price mechanism that leads to this every time. It'd be nice, I guess, but it's mathematically impossible. Socialism is false. Socialized medicine doesn't fail because people don't want it to work. It's mathematically impossible. Damn. Section 230 said, Marilyn, we all have separate DNA. Your body isn't part of my body. Correct. Even if I stuck part of my body inside your body, we're still two separate people. Indeed. Indeed. Contact so the mafia aren't a distinct and established organization. Does that mean we can't go after them, or do we understand that the mafia is a term for Italian gangs? Of course. Of course. But we need special pleading for Antifa because reasons. We don't all have the same genetics. That's why we look different. And you're a woman, and I'm a man, and I'm brown, and I'm short, and you're probably taller than me, like most people. Yeah, we're all the same species, but what does that mean? So that's what I'm saying. Here, I'll drop the link again. If you want to come up, come on up. More than welcome to have the discussion. I can't do it through the chat, but and again, if you don't want to, that's fine. But you are welcome.
they're not God. And so therefore, if you know that you are God, then it's incapable of you to be ignorant because you know you're God, right?
We're all a part of the body. If I'm having
Yeah, not answering the questions. Marilyn, why can't we answer questions?
Question, do you know you're God?
Yes, I know
Okay,
I'm God.
so then it would be impossible for you to believe something that wasn't true.
We are all God. We are
That's
all
not the
part of
question.
body. We're
You
not
said
from
that
the body.
Hey.
The problem is the reason that people engage in sin, which is against truthful, is because they've gaslit themselves into believing that they're not God. But seeing as how you haven't done that, you've overcame that, you fully are aware that you're God, then you cannot engage in any sin or evil because you know you're God.
Perfect. Perfection, but not arrogance. Jesus is just all right with me. Jesus is, what is the next line? Jesus is da. See, I was a Christian at one point.
Then you cannot engage in any sin or evil because you know you're God. Correct?
I guess so.
So you've never engaged in sin.
I mean, if you want to call it sin, I've done things that I probably shouldn't have done.
I will absolutely be nice, but I will ask real questions. So again, if you're not up for it, it's late, you didn't expect it, no pressure, but we would love to hear from you.
I mean, if you want to call it sin, I've done things that I probably shouldn't have done.
How's that possible?
But I
You're
didn't know
God.
I was God. I didn't know
Okay,
I was God.
so how long have you known you were God?
Since like 2017, 18.
So if the next question is not what happened in 2017 for you to make that discovery, I'm going to be very upset with Rob. Shout out to Jerry. Welcome to the party. Shout out to the Doobie Brothers. Doobie brother. That's part of the American pop culture stuff that I missed out on from having immigrant parents. Like I know about the Doobie Brothers. I know like the Almond Brothers. I know that stuff exists, but I couldn't sing. I couldn't name a song for you. I couldn't name a member. I couldn't any of that stuff. Ron said, I kind of want to hear, I kind of want you to hear the debate and draw your conclusions. Then I'll come up. Totally fair. Let's do it.
Since like 2017, 18. 17.
So you have not sinned or done anything that was untruthful or believed anything that was untruthful since 2017.
So Rob is not even going on the route of trying to determine how did you figure out that you were God? It's just that since 2017, since you've been God, because God is perfect, then you haven't sinned. And if you have sinned, then you can't be God because God can't sin.
Sinned or done anything that was untruthful or believed anything that was untruthful since 2017.
I mean, yeah. I believe stuff that was untruthful since then, but it's
how
real.
You've known you're God the whole time, and you said it's impossible to act out of ignorance once you know you're God.
You're acting like sin and ignorance are like they have like this they're almost like this idol that you give power over God's promises. You almost hold these words as
wait, what?
Are like they have like this almost.
You're acting like sin and ignorance.
Like they're almost like this idol that you give power over God's promises.
It sounds like she's trying to say that Rob is coming from a more traditional Christian perspective. I think she's trying to say that you're conflating the idea with humans being able. I'm trying. Humans are able to sin, but like the analogy that I can think of, and this may be way off, but it's like I can pick up a mug and take a drink from this. But just because my toe can't pick up the mug and drink doesn't mean that it's not part of me. Is that kind of where you're coming from, Marilyn? That sounds kind of like what you're saying. But again, I could be very off.
Like they're almost like this idol that you give power over God's promises. You almost hold these words as an idol over God's promises over our lives. Like these things are so frivolous.
Again, I'm looking at things that I think is a practical rule, and as a Christian that I can see I think are evil, that I think are sins, right? For example, something that would be easy would be the assault of children. Like, I think that's really bad. You're like, yeah, but those aren't really sins. All that is people that have gaslit themselves into believing that they're not God. They are gods. All of those people that engage in that are gods. And there's no inherently evil action. It's just,
according to Marilyn,
not truth. And the only reason you could come to a conclusion that's not truth is because you've deluded yourself into not believing you're God. So the logical extrapolation of that would be, once we have convinced ourselves we are God, then it's incapable for us to sin. And what is sin? Well, your recognition of sin is something that's not truthful. And so when you say you're just making it about sin and lack of truth, that's you.
Right. So Marilyn has been establishing this thing that because you don't see yourself as God, because you don't understand that you are God, then that's creating like a type of separation. And that is that doesn't map on to the rest of what she's saying.
To sin. And what is sin? Well, your recognition of sin is something that's not truthful. And so when you say you're just making it about sin and lack of truth, that's you. I'm trying to say that I think that once you say that I am God and I could do no wrong and I'm infallible,
God is God is God is God. If you sin, you're not God. If you're God, you don't sin. If you sin, then you're not God.
The direct harm to that, and the direct harm of pride, and why God was so against the sin of pride, was because that it makes you think that everything you do is infallible. You don't have to be humble. You're on an equal playing field with the Creator, and therefore you can do no wrong. And you should be praised as much as Him. I find that to be...
That sounds like, and again, it doesn't seem, vibe-wise, it doesn't seem like that's where Marilyn's coming from. But that is the argument that is being put forth.
Egregious. When we look at the reasons why as a practical application, you could literally excuse every single action you've taken since you've called yourself God. You've done no wrong. That's what you have to say. And if you say, no, I have done wrong, then you admit that you had moments where you were delusional and didn't think you were God.
Why does God say, be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, and go and sin no more? Do you think he was just being facetious?
No, I think that he's saying that is the goal that we should strive for, because we are not gods.
Section 230 said, let's thank Marilyn. Apparently, I'm a god now, and so I'm going to go do sin, and it's totally fine because we was gods and shit. Well, apparently. Now, some of us already don't believe that there's God and sin and hell and all that stuff and been behaving in a good way either way. But that's a whole other thing. Now, death not a test is God. We are all God. What does that mean? What does that mean? We are all what? We are all what? Liberty says, I just follow the non-aggression principle and try to help people in my life. It doesn't have to be complicated. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. And like, yes, I'm going to do, before Rob comes up, or before Rob is here, I'm definitely going to do, a little bit of I don't know, a bit more reading on the specifics of like, what I think about the Aristotelian virtue ethics and concept, categorical imperatives. Because I mean, I read them years ago and got an idea of what is right and wrong in the world, and then I've just lived by that. But now I'm in a place where I have to articulate those things, and it's a little bit different. Guys, if you want to see Marilyn come up, we are just now at the 3-hour mark. And, if we ain't here, we ain't here. So let's make sure we get a good show.
No, I think that he's saying that is the goal that we should strive for, because we are not gods.
It's unobtainable, but he said go and do it.
Correct. He knows that we'll all fall short, which is...
You're just trying to get it in. You're just trying to get it in, bro.
Why he sent his son to die on the cross for us. Because we all fall short.
We all fall short, and you're supposed to forgive, or you will not be forgiven. It implies that everyone will be forgiven. Why are you holding to these against those?
Does God ever need to be forgiven?
Nope. Right? Because God is perfect.
I don't think God needs to be forgiven.
Okay. Do you ever need to be forgiven? Have you ever done anything wrong? Then that's different.
So if we need to be forgiven, how can we say we're gods?
I don't need to be forgiven.
What? So then God, the word of God lied when he said that you all need to be forgiven?
I'm telling you, in my life, realistically speaking, because reality, you might disassociate from reality, but reality is not going to disassociate from you. In my reality, if I don't ever get someone to
Y'all really gonna let the show end before Marilyn can come up?
apologize to me for something they did wrong to me, it's not going to kill me.
That's irrelevant. That your personal
That's what you're
application.
saying,
That's
though.
not. I'm saying that God must forgive you because you were born of sin.
I'm God.
Right.
I don't need people's sorries.
Okay, so then no one on earth ever need forgiven because we're all God.
Right. Right.
So then when
Okay, yeah, well, then we're right. We could just go do whatever we want because there's no sin, and we can, whatever we do inherently, because of the fact that we're God, means that it is good. So if I tell somebody to go essay a child, then that person is now following the will of God because I am God, and they too are God.
What? Oh, hell!
I don't like that world. I don't think I want to live in that world. Hey, shout out to Boss, keeping the show raging. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. Where we at with this swole? Oh, where we at with this swole goal? That's 4 out of 15 and 32 out of 50, guys. We can still hit it. We are close.
No one on earth ever need forgiven because we're all God.
Right.
So then when the Bible talks about God forgiving us via his son dying on the cross, it was wrong. He need not forgive us because we are equal to him.
God is a God of restoration, not retribution. You're not
restoration from what?
You're not looking restoration from your mentality, your lack mentality.
How can I have a lack of mentality if I'm God?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely see an overwhelming what's even the word? Just trying to twist reality such that I, the woman, am always in the right, and everything that is bad and wrong about my life happened to me. Again, I only ever bring this up to talk about how soft of a science psychology is. Somebody covered my debate with Confluence or someone else, and I brought up I have a degree in psychology because I was trying to say psychology is a soft science. We paused it right there. We're like, oh yeah, the atheist bringing his degree into it, blah 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 blah. But what I am saying is the opposite. That psychology is bullshit. Yet there are some things there that do actually make sense, and we do see a lot of external locus of control versus internal locus of control. If you're not familiar, the locus of control is essentially where the quote unquote decisions of what happens to you, for lack of a better term, where they come from. So if you believe the things that happen to you because of the things that you've done, that's an internal locus of control. If you believe that most of what's happened to you is because my parents were this, and I was in an abusive relationship, and the government this, and this, that, and men do this, and atheists do this, and all that stuff. That's an external locus of control. Now, it doesn't mean that it's one or the other. Exactly. Jerry gets it. It doesn't mean that all of the things are either just because of you or happen directly to you, but it's a matter of where does your brain go when it comes time to try to determine what actually happened. And there is definitely a lot of modern women, let's say modern, because it's not just women. It is definitely people on like liberals too. But I think there's an overlap, but it's not the same thing. But a victim mentality that comes from seeing an external locus of control, where it's just, this happened to me and I am just a victim.
Your lack mentality.
How can I have a lack of mentality if I'm God?
You are in your mind. You create all of these evil thoughts.
Can God create evil thoughts and delude himself? Can God create evil thoughts and delude himself?
No.
Then how can I, if I can, how am I on an equal playing field with him as also being God?
But if you're supposed to be Christ-like, why are you doing it?
If I'm supposed to be Christ-like, what that implies is that I am sinful and have something to shoot for, to try to be like Christ. And even though I fall in the image, God has made me a promise and said, because I sent my son to die on the cross, you will be forgiven. If I was God, it would all be irrelevant. God would say, hey man, you're the same as me. Why would I need to restore or forgive you for anything? Because you're God and you too can't be fallible.
Shout out to Fraser Craig. I mean, when we talk about Carl Jung, not Young, and fucking what was Freud's first name? Sigmund. There we go. Sigmund Freud. They're very different types of things, and it's not really a one-to-one, but that's a whole thing. But oh my goodness. Shout out to Marilyn with the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty and just the crown. Thank you so very much for, being here, hearing what I have to say, and potentially maybe coming up and having a chat with us. Either way, very, very, very much appreciated. Guys, that is getting us close to the goal. $8. $8. We are 1/3. So that's 5. That's 5 out of 15 and 42, guys. 42 out of 50, $8, and we hit the goal. I need those. Look at this. Look at it. Come on. Who needs push-ups more than I do? Marilyn, thank you so very, very much. Oh, I got to add you to the band.
God and you too can't be fallible.
Do you think faith or mercy or belief or just stuff like that, grace, all this stuff, do you think this stuff will be in heaven?
Sure.
What would be its purpose?
The purpose would be that as sinful creatures, as people that are born in sin, that aren't gods, that we have made ourselves into the kingdom of heaven through the promise of accepting Christ as the Savior. And so when we're there, God forgives us. Now, my question to you would be, why would grace or forgiveness be necessary if we're gods?
That is crazy. So you've already made it to heaven.
Yes.
You've already had Judgment Day.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's in heaven.
Yes.
And you're going to tell me in the presence of God for all eternity that you're still a sinner and you still need grace and you still need mercy and you still need belief, because you got to somehow believe, because belief requires doubt. You're in front and you're in the presence of God and you're like, oh my God, I believe you. I believe you're here. I believe you're real. What are you believing? Like, what do you have to believe? What do you have to have faith in if he's standing right in front of you? Why?
That's a good question.
Do you need mercy if you've already been given on Judgment Day? I don't understand why you're holding these things as idols.
Okay, so first off, in order to get
best question of the night for Marilyn. Best question of the night from Maryland.
Into the kingdom of heaven, I would need forgiveness. You have no answer for why I would need that if I'm God.
Well,
Secondly,
I
know that we ran in circles about that point. Secondly, was Lucifer in the presence of?
It's a good question because it makes sense. If he is asking about grace and forgiveness and all these things after the point of judgment, where does that come into it? If we're talking about the fact that you've lived a life on earth, you've died, you believe that your soul goes to heaven, that you go to the pearly gates and you're judged, and then you get past the pearly gates and you're standing in front of God, for what do you need grace? For what do you need judgment? That's already behind you. You're already in the club. It's a good question because she's asking, let's turn it into a nightclub. You don't need to worry about the bouncer once you're already in the club. Why do you need to worry about whether your fake ID is going to work when you're already in the club? Right? I think that's where Marilyn's going with it, right? Nah, she just finally woke up. What do we mean? Yeah, it's a good question. Shout out to Fraser. Section 230 said Rob didn't catch it, but he was talking about before getting in, not after. Okay, fair enough. It's still a good question if she didn't understand that. It may not be a relevant question, but it is a good. It is a relevant. It is a good question. It may not just be applicable. So let's run it back a little bit.
These things have been forgiven because you're still made it to heaven.
Would be as the purpose would be that as sinful creatures, as people that are born in sin, that aren't gods, that we have made ourselves into the kingdom of heaven through the promise of accepting Christ as the Savior.
Okay, so we've accepted Christ.
And so when we're there, God forgives us.
When we're there, God forgives us. He's just asking about heaven. So when we're there, when we're in heaven, God forgives us.
Now, my question to you would be, why would grace or forgiveness be necessary if we're gods?
That is
Gotcha. Yeah. So okay, you're right. You're right. He is asking about why would we need the grace to get into heaven? Why would we need to be judged if we are gods? So I will stand by. It is a good question. It's just badly timed because that's not what he brought up. But fair enough. Fair enough. No, that you're right. You're right. It doesn't apply to what Rob said. But given the misunderstanding, it's not a nonsensical question at all. So you have to keep believing in God after heaven so you can be cast out like the next. Well, I mean, I don't know how any of you fucking believe that shit works. There's so little about that in the Bible that y'all be making your shit up. I don't know. But so fair enough. Not a relevant question, but given the misunderstanding, a good question.
It's crazy. So you've already made it to heaven.
Yes.
You've already had Judgment Day. Everyone's in heaven.
Yes.
And you're
Okay, so there we go. So even though that's not the original question, she's now checking with him. So you're saying after? And he said yes. You're in heaven? Yes. So I stand by it. Dilly dilly to Maryland. It was a good question. Whether or not she originally misunderstood the question, in her clarification, he gave her the situation that we are already being judged. So his question still stands, but her question is good.
to heaven.
Yes.
You've already had Judgment Day. Everyone's in heaven.
Yes.
And you're going to tell me in the presence of God for all eternity that you're still a sinner and you still need grace and you still need mercy and you still need belief, because you got to somehow believe, because belief requires doubt. You're in front and you're in the presence of God and you're like, oh my God, I believe you. I believe you're here. I believe you're real. What are you believing? Like,
so then at that point, if the context will bear it out, then Rob should be like, no, that's not what I mean. I'm asking, why should we need grace in the first place? Why should we need that judgment in the first place? Free will doesn't exist.
what do you have to believe? What do you have to have faith in if he's standing right in front of you? Why do you need mercy if you've already been given on Judgment Day? I don't understand why you're holding these things as idols.
Okay, so first off,
so I don't know where the idols thing came from, but other than that, given the fact that he confirmed, yes, we're already in heaven, yes, we've already been judged, yes, then I'm talking about sin and grace. Then it is a good question.
In order to get into the kingdom of heaven, I would need forgiveness. You have no answer for why I would need that if I'm God.
We're already
Secondly,
forgiven.
I know we went. I know that we ran in circles about that point. Secondly, was Lucifer in the presence of God? Was he cast down
for wanting to rule over us?
How? He's God. Who's to say that's wrong?
Because it's witchcraft. It's not
how's it
truth.
witchcraft? What's witchcraft?
Because objective truth has no agenda.
Wait a minute. Is Lucifer God?
Yes.
Okay, and if God believes something, then it has to be objective truth, correct?
No.
Okay, so then explain to me, if Lucifer's God, is the God above Lucifer, can he believe something that's not objective truth?
You can believe it. That doesn't mean you're supposed to do it.
I'm not saying me. I'm saying the God.
Just because you have the capability of doing it doesn't mean you're supposed to use that knowledge.
Define objective truth.
It has no agenda.
Okay, can God have an agenda?
No.
Okay, can Lucifer have an agenda?
Yeah.
Can you have it?
That's one thing I'm very curious about. If you do happen to pop up, Marilyn, the notion that God doesn't have an agenda. I know you said you're not a Christian per se, but if you believe in a God, then my next question after hearing you say that God doesn't have agenda, that do you believe in some type of thing that would be akin to God's plan or God's will?
Can Lucifer have an agenda?
Yeah.
Can you have an agenda?
No.
So you're above Lucifer as a God.
Do you not think you're above Lucifer?
I'm saying the idea that I am capable of sin much as Lucifer was. You're saying that you're incapable. Lucifer, who was also born in the image of God, right? Who stood before God, who required no belief because he could see the physical presence of God, correct? He's capable of sin, but not you. He's capable of an agenda, but not you.
Yeah, this is, when we talk about making smaller concessions that you don't need to die on that hill, that, okay, it doesn't matter if we were talking about before or after speaking as Rob, it doesn't matter if we were talking about before or after. Fine. I can yes you through because it doesn't matter if we're talking about before or after, because the question of why I need forgiveness, why I need judgment in the first place still stands. Def Not Tested. Maryland is the centerfold post in a modern magazine. Which magazine is that? I'll take a look. I mean, not on here, but head to the after party. Let's go. Maryland, where you at, girl? Liberty said the Bible refers to Satan as God. No, I don't think so. Lucifer was Beelzebub. He was a fallen angel. Right? He makes it easy? About what? He makes what easy? I don't think...
He's capable of sin, but not you. He's capable of an agenda, but not you. Am I capable of an agenda?
See, how is the atheist knowing your religion better than you? Oh, wait, who said that? Yeah. Oh, no, you're okay. You're not a Christian. Fair enough.
Not you. He's capable of an agenda, but not you. Am I capable of an agenda?
Maybe.
If you don't believe you're God, then yeah.
Did Lucifer believe he was God?
So this is another key point. If you don't believe that you're God, according to Marilyn, then that lack of belief, or that, I would assume she would say inaccuracy, then provides you the ability, for lack of a better term, to make bad choices, to do things that would bring you away from God. I think. Again, I don't know if I'm misrepresenting you. Please let me know. I'm just trying to call it like it is.
If you don't believe you're God, then yeah.
Did Lucifer believe he was God?
He wanted to be over God. He wanted an imbalance. He didn't want.
Did he believe he was equal or great?
Say, I don't believe this shit, but I know what the fuck is good. Oh, it's just listening and knowing. There we go. Shout out to Confluence. Welcome to the party, sir. We're checking out some Rob Noerr. He will be here on the channel on Wednesday, and he is debating Marilyn, who has some very interesting ideas about God and religion. And I'm a little self-conscious because now she's here watching me talk about her. But hopefully she will come on up as soon as we are done here. But if not, we're going to have quite an interesting after party. Welcome to the party, sir.
Wanted an imbalance. He didn't want.
Did he believe he was equal or greater than God?
He believed he was greater than God.
Okay, so then he believed that he was a God and more.
I guess so.
Okay, then how is he capable of having an agenda? Because once you believe you're God and know you're God, you're incapable of having an agenda. That's your argument.
I'm saying no one is above or below anyone. Once you get out of that alignment, you're out of order.
I disagree.
What is this from? I recognize the first line, but I don't remember anything else.
Is Lucifer below God?
Lucifer is God. He's not below God or over God.
Then how is he capable of having an agenda, but God's not? If having an agenda is wrong and it's against objective truth, doesn't that by definition make him below God?
Because we know God's identity, his nature, his qualities. We know that he is all loving and all good, and we all.
Okay, so what about those qualities prevents what I'm saying?
And we aren't.
As Rob.
Character is.
We aren't.
We are.
We're not. Is Lucifer?
You aren't, Rob.
Is Lucifer?
Yes, but if you speak to if you're constantly.
Yeah, and it's not because I have a crystal ball. It's because we're just taking ideas and playing out the logic. If you listen and you pay attention and you build the ability to take these ideas and build that in your mind, that you don't have to write it down and you can see it all, then you're good. You're good. What does that mean? That he's the king? I'm going to assume y'all talking to each other. I'm just like, what did I just walk into? Lucifer is God? I'm all up in the, how does that Kabbalah? But that's not even a thing in the newest of new ages. Well, apparently you have not heard of the Crystal Master. Yeah, I saw this. Rob posted this about what movie? We just saw September, and I knew at some point I was like, oh, I gotta show it to you guys. And it just so happens that thanks to Guam Tag going on the show and shouting me out, Rob will be here. So I want to make sure you guys know what's good. You guys know what's good. Just said Satan was the good guy. Dilly to that. Maybe he wasn't the good guy, but just maybe he wasn't the bad guy.
We're not. Is Lucifer?
You aren't, Rob.
Is Lucifer?
Yes, but if you speak to if you're constantly saying that he's evil and he's all these things and he's bad and you
okay. Verbal Combat has $2 name changes in the chat. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, Lord of the Lashes is not exactly something that I would want, but I would be mad. But Christian, what the fuck does that mean? But fair enough. That makes a lot of sense.
Yes, but if you speak to if you're constantly saying that he's evil and he's all these things and he's bad and you don't find forgiveness in your heart,
forgiveness is different than
Lucifer will always live.
Okay.
We're like Crystal like the rocks or like Crystal like the rocks or both.
Could we acknowledge this? If we're saying that God is infallible, what it means to be God is all of these characteristics. Infallibility, correct? Not having an agenda, correct?
Right.
Okay. That's what it means to be God. That is part of the definition, right?
But being a king, being a God, being the highest and the most loved and the most cherished, that's not an agenda. That is just what you are. You are
Great.
word.
It's irrelevant to the point I'm making.
Right.
So if we say that's part and parcel to being God, and then we say, okay, so there's God, the God, we know that he falls into all that. So he's God. Great. We both agree with that. We've outlined the category. Then
hey, shout out to Mega Moo 32. We just got rated on Rumble. Welcome to the party. We are checking out Rob Noerr, who will be here live on the channel next Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Shout out to Tiny Panda Face. Oh, you guys are amazing. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you guys.
Falls into all that. So he's God. Great. We both agree with that. We've outlined the category. Then we get to you and me, and we say, well, actually, we are capable of having an agenda. And
shout out to Geek.
Actually, we are capable of being delusional. And actually, we are capable of being ignorant. Then how can we say, if by definition, being incapable of those things are what's necessary to be God, that we ourselves are gods?
Because you do not know you are God. If you knew you were God, you would not act that fucking way.
So just to be clear, one last thing. I just want to re-hammer this. Since you've known your God in 2017, you have never done anything wrong.
I'm perfect as my Father in heaven is perfect.
I don't believe that. I think that you're prideful and your hubris will be your downfall.
I agree with that, Marilyn. I think that like to say, no, I've been perfect. Have you though? And I think if you genuinely believe this, then it should be more along the lines of, no, of course I haven't been perfect, but the goal to which I strive to would be a little bit more appropriate. So I'm going to drop the link one more time. Marilyn has the priority. I'm going to drop it over on Rumble as well. Please keep in mind, Rumble, that we are on YouTube. So, with the censorship. But if anyone wants to come up, talk about Rob Noerr, talk about this conversation that we just had about us all being God, anything that you want to talk about with me, talking to Rob, who will be here again Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, both, or not both, with YouTube, X, and Rumble, we will be here. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. Let's check out some of the chat while we're here. Tiny Panda Face to say you've been perfect in any situation is nuts. I do agree with that, and that I think is the biggest point where you can't get past that. Nobody's been perfect, and but let's welcome the one, the only Marilyn. Not the Crystal Master. Dilly to you. Welcome to the party.
What's up? How are you guys? This is fun. I've seen you a few times. I've just never had a chance to get over here because I'm subscribed to like everybody. But this is fun. I like how you break stuff down and listen for a change.
I try. Because I am an atheist, but I am more right wing, and so that kind of it creates a reason for me to like, okay, well, the atheist, you guys need to chill out. The Christian right, you guys need to chill out. Like, let's all just come together. So, what did you think in general about that conversation?
I just think he's brainwashed. He's just indoctrinated and he can't see outside of that box that he's got himself in. It's just he feels like he'd be losing something, like all his things that he's, built treasures he's built in heaven by his works or whatever being good, like by his standard. And his perception and logic. So it's hard to talk to them people.
Yeah, I hear you. As somebody who doesn't really buy into any of the like, I was born as a Catholic. I went all the way through confirmation, all that stuff. But when I was in college, I sat down and read the Bible for the first time. I was studying psychology. I was studying philosophy, and I was like, oh, there's a whole other world of stuff outside of the Bible. And it just so happened that I lost my faith in any kind of higher being. So what is, in terms of religion specifically, like, were you born into a religious family, or did you find this stuff on yourself? Where did all this come from?
I mean, yeah, I've been through the ringer with that. My dad was Catholic. My mom was Protestant. She was Pentecostal, really. Yeah, so big difference. And my uncle was a deacon in the Greek Orthodox Church, so I went to a lot of those. So yeah, I've seen all sides, I guess, of religion from the Christian side, like Baptist, all that stuff. I've seen all that stuff. So I'm very familiar with the Christian upbringing for sure.
So then how did you get to the point of calling yourself not a Christian and having these very unique ideas on God and faith and the devil and all these things? Was it just stuff that you read? Was it stuff that you were like, let me just take some time to think about this?
Not really. No, I had a good dark night of the soul, and I saw some stuff and heard some stuff that it should have killed me, and I don't know, it just came upon me, I guess.
So I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know if I said this while you were watching, but the reason that I saved that video is because I find because I'm more right leaning and because I understand the value of Christianity despite not believing in it myself, then it can be very difficult for me to have discussions about, like, hey, this is why I don't believe in what you believe in, without it getting emotional and turning into an evil person, or as if I'm trying to steal faith away from people, when it's more of like, I want to just know what you think. And when you talk about Rob and Rob being brainwashed, do you feel like, what exactly do you mean by that?
Well, like, it's such a fine line, like they say in the Bible. It's like a veil. So when you were saying, like, what's, like, if God has no agenda, what's his plan, what's his will, that sort of thing. You are the will of God. You are the purpose. You are the plan. So we look for things to control and manipulate situations, to make some sort of external purpose and plan, when we already are his prize portion, treasured. So it feels like, he believed the lie, and he believed you have to work in order to be worth anything, I guess. When you are the worth, basically, is the separation that doesn't seem to connect well.
Yeah, and I'm sure you and I have very different ideas about how all of this works, but I've always, it's always been a disconnect for me if everybody's saying, well, Jesus came down and died for our sins, but also you need forgiveness for your sins, and there's this separation, all that. Like it doesn't all connect. And again, going back to the reason that I used your debate specifically, is because I think it's very easy for people like Rob, like other Christians, to just kind of go with what Christianity says. And I don't know, and I'm not talking about Rob specifically, but just in general, I don't know how much contemplation people really do with what you actually believe. It's just like, well, this is what I'm told, so there we go. Where it sounds like, shout out to, I forget who it was, but somebody was definitely like, shout out to you for being more honest about, like, I don't know, this is just what I feel. I really do respect that, because you're getting to a place where it's like, I'm not claiming for sure that you're wrong and I'm right, but I have my reasons to believe what I believe, and here you go.
Right. I'm not trying to fight with anybody. You can believe that, but I feel like people really don't like what I believe. Like, it bothers them so much they want to change it and to their gatekeeping. They want to gatekeep me or whatever. They put me under some sort of control hierarchy, something, put me under. And I feel like that's what Lucifer did. That's what Lucifer wanted. Why Jesus said they belong to their father, the devil, who's a liar and a murderer from the beginning, because death is really their God. They idolize it. They prepare for it. They give it power. And the Bible says death is an enemy, the last enemy to be destroyed. So I don't know. I could go on and on about that, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a wealth of knowledge here. But so Guamtex, I can't bring myself to say I'm the big G. It doesn't sound like that is really what you're claiming. That it doesn't sound like you're claiming, look, I am the God. It sounds more like you're saying, no. We are all part of what the big G is. Is that?
We're all part of the one body, yes. I still don't think G is a homophone. So I mean, it's still the letter G, so I don't find it.
Well, I mean, I think he's specifically trying to say, I am the God of the Bible. I am Yahweh. I am the one and only God, and you are not. I think that is the phrasing of that people are getting caught up on, because when other people believe God as to be a separate being from us, that is up there, doing whatever they believe he does, and to say that, like, there's reverence for that. And so, like, to put it in a different kind of context, let's say that your favorite streamer is the Indian Jesus, and you were like, we're all the Indian Jesus. Then somebody would be like, well, okay. I mean, maybe you agree and disagree with something, but you're different. You're a different thing. And so, why do you think that? Why do you think that? We'll say the typical Christian is so stuck in that that notion that I am me and God is something different, whereas you're very confident that that is not necessarily the case.
I just feel like we're, like, you would say your favorite YouTuber was so and so, and we're all him, but it's not just him, and it's not just you, it's everybody as a whole. Like, every person that exists is God. So you can't like sin. You can't, if you if you're not sinning and you're being perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, and you know you're God or whatever, and someone else isn't, even though they're God, they're doing stuff they shouldn't do. It's a disease. It's like part of your body is disease. Like even though you're doing right, you're still part of the one body. So you're going to see sin because someone else is doing it. Like we all are connected. So like I don't feel like sin. I feel like sin is an infraction that and sin is not an infraction that required retribution, but a disease that required healing. So right. So it's not, sin is not something that is your character, because it's not the character of God. It's more like an illness that needs to be healed.
Fair enough. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And again, I from the outside, as somebody who's a non-believer, it's very easy for me not to look. Does that make sense? It's very easy for me to look at, you and Rob talking, or you and any other Christian talking, and to not think that like, oh, this one's crazy, but that one's got it. For me, like, these are all kind of silly beliefs. So we got our boy Guamtag here, who loves magical thinking, as he likes to say. What did you think of what we had here?
I think that I was definitely getting caught up on kind of what you were bringing up, as far as like, it almost felt like the conversation was a lot about saying that we're the big G, right? That humans are the big G, as in capital G God. And I was explaining earlier that, I could have gone down that route earlier in my life and, kind of had more of an idea that like, yeah, we're all God, man. Like we can, we're made in the image of God. So definitely, wouldn't that mean that we're all God? I've kind of fallen away from that idea a lot more. But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, and really just kind of wanted to come up and maybe hash things out a little bit more so that I can understand.
Yeah. I mean, I believe that we are who our Father is, and he who sent us has not left us. So we are, he's within us, his Holy Spirit. Jesus had to just use words to try to get you to really digest what, I mean, he lives within you. His identity is in you. God is the Spirit of God is in you, the Holy Spirit. So therefore, he doesn't just have half of an identity. He has a whole identity. You don't, when you accept Jesus or you accept the Holy Spirit or whatever, even though I believe you already have it, but when you accept the fact that you have it, you are a new creature. You lay down, your old self, whatever they want to, however they want to word it, but you don't act the same way. You're no longer yourself. You've died to self. You're now, hold on a second. I gotta get myself. I'll be in there in a minute. Go.
So it sounds like you're kind of like going off of the idea then that because all humans would have a spark of divinity in them from God, and since we're a part of God, then that's what you're going off of. You're not saying necessarily that all of us are big G gods. Oh, I probably should have been looking at the screen when I was saying that.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Can you say the question? What was the question one more time?
So you basically are going off of the idea that since we all have a spark of divinity and are part of God, that you're not necessarily saying that we're all big G gods, right?
Well, we have all of the characteristics of God. We, all of us together as a whole have all the information that has ever been known or exists. Like we all have a part of it. So as a whole, we know everything that God would know about us. Nothing.
Are you speaking? Because like, if you were to say, like, on an on an infinite timeline, or eventually, or something like that, that you believe that there will be there will be a connection between humans and God. That I can understand. And if you're talking about, but if we're talking about today, a lot of the things that Rob brought up in that debate, where you're saying we are all God, but then he was bringing up situations where it's like, that's not God, but that is God, but still we're both. So how do you, like, if we go back to the sin thing, and we say God can't sin, but humans can sin. So how is it that humans can sin if they are God?
It's a disease. Like I said, it's a lie being believed. If you're God, you can imagine anything. You can, go in every facet of every thought that could ever been thought, because you have that ability, because you're God. You can do anything. You can know anything, see anything. You have all the knowledge and all the wisdom. So we have an identity of who we know God is, the highest level of God, the highest, which is unconditionally loving, all good, all, putting others above yourself, and others' interests above your own, like sacrificial servitude, but not because you feel obligated, but because you just love so much. Your love.
So maybe I can also bring up a question there, though. I mean, there are things that you don't know, right?
I mean, because we've been lied to, and we've been deceived.
Well, I mean, even
well, like, okay, let's take
for instance,
let's take my dog's name. Do you know my dog's name?
No, but you know your dog's name, and you're God too. So as a whole, we
So
all.
let's use that example and let Guamcheck ask his question. So you don't know the name of my dog. I know the name of my dog. Well, everybody here knows the name of my dog, but you personally don't know the name of my dog. So Guamcheck, how does that play into your question? I'm going to drop out. I got to pee real quick. You guys are good.
My question would probably be more along the lines of, wouldn't it be more accurate to say that all of us are on the path to being more like God, rather than saying that we are all God?
But you could change it overnight. Like if he told me the name of his dog, I would know the name of his dog. And now
Right,
you have
but
to
you're also saying that we could change it. So that would imply that there would be something that needs to be changed, which means that we aren't perfect yet.
No, we all need to speak to each other. We all need to communicate, and all need to divulge all the knowledge we know, and work from that place to where we can, be on the heaven sphere of this place, rather than the hell, and separation and disconnection that we see now. We cut a lot of people off and don't have their wisdom and stuff that affects us, because we're all part of one body. It's a disease.
So I mean, I can kind of see where you're coming from, that like all knowledge is already out there and we just have to basically find it, or come together so that we can share all of it. But doesn't that still mean, though, that there are still things to be discovered?
I mean, it just depends on where what exactly do you need to be discovered? I guess
so for instance, we don't know how to have faster than light speed right now.
But why do you need that? What is that going to do with your
space travel? Might be aliens. There might be other other.
My ultimate goal with it is to find God.
There you go. Maybe God's physically out there.
Well,
as an atheist, I'm open to that.
We're supposed to pray on earth as it is in heaven. So if we made heaven this place, and we said this is source, we were here before the sun, moon, and stars. We had vegetation and water and air and everything on here, land, before the sun, moon, and stars. So if we say we're source and this is heaven, I know if we had the knowledge, which we do, like an electromagnetic field tech protection company owner, Lance Shuttler, said the entire idea of money is insane when someone comes to learn that the technology already exists to turn this world into a thriving oasis. I mean, we are all gods because of God. We're kings and queens. everything should be free.
The funniest thing, like I can't help but smile about this and kind of laugh about it because like even though this isn't my personal belief, this is kind of falling right in line with one of my favorite animes, which is Evangelion. I just gotta say, because there is a point in it where like everybody is trying to all connect with each other and all connect with God, and everybody is one entity and all of that stuff. So just throwing that out there. But it is kind of funny to me that you're moving in that direction with what you're saying. And I kind of understand where you're coming from with it. It's just I can't allow myself to believe it.
Is there
Well,
any? Good.
because you've got that lack mentality. You want to believe the lie, like it's a fear, a defense mechanism, a fear of like you're God, so you can do anything. You can believe you're going to die, or you're going to believe you're going to live forever because you have that power. So if you believe you're going to die, you're going to die. Like if you were to go to sleep and you didn't have an alarm clock, and you put in your head, I'm going to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, usually very close to it, because you've already put in your head that you are waking up. If you can do that, you can prepare to get older, prepare to have a time date of expiration date. Like you live in that time frame of fear.
We got to
Does
show
that make
Morty's
sense?
hungry dance. He's getting hungry, guys. So I think like that makes sense to me. But then how do you get to the place of how do you get to the well, all right, let me back up then, because you said you're not a Christian, right?
Right.
But you believe in God, and you how closely, well, just give me a percentage. Like obviously you don't follow the Bible 100%, you don't follow the Bible 0%. It does, just generally throw a number out there.
That what?
For how closely you follow the Bible itself.
I do not believe in following a doctrine. I do not believe. I believe you follow a doctrine, you're indoctrinated. I don't, like I said, I don't think truth has an agenda. Any thought that doesn't inspire hope is rooted in a lie, and you'll never have authority over what you do not love.
So that's fair. So then I don't want to keep you here all night, but
I'm not a leader or a follower. Like God is not a leader or a follower. If you're God, you don't have I mean, you're already good. It's your identity. So it's not like good is your purpose, your plan. It's just who you are.
Mm-hmm.
So the agenda, there's no agenda to control or manipulate someone. Like in the kingdom of God, you never have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another. To require that of anyone is control and manipulation, which is the most basic form of witchcraft.
Fair enough. So then I'll leave you with this. For other people who, excuse me, for other people who are, we'll say, more traditional Christians, I get that, you're not here to try to convince everybody that you're right and they're all wrong. I'm not saying that. But if it was the case that you could provide the knowledge that you have to other people, what do you think? So first of all, how easy do you think that would be if you'd be able to just explain what's in your head? Would that be an easy thing or difficult? And then number two, do you think people would be open to new ideas like this? Different ideas.
People seem to go in circles, and they're still unhappy, and they're still searching and seeking and really hungry. I'm not hungry. I draw from the well that never runs dry. Like I don't need like these people need. Like they're very hungry for information, knowledge, when they already are. They already know who God is. It's innately known. You know his invisible qualities. You know his nature. People are without excuse. We're without excuse. So maybe it's an overthinking thing. Maybe it's shame and guilt are idols that they're given more power to than the promises of God. I'm not really sure. I don't feel like people are given the allotted amount of power to God as they do the enemy. They seem to give the enemy power, and they like evil. I feel is it just the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium. So that could come out of fear. That could come out of you know.
I think regardless of, what your religious beliefs are, a lot of people are coalescing around the idea that, like, however you want to put it, things are not where they should be, and something needs to be done. And, some people are more directly like, you need Jesus, you need the Bible. But I am somebody who is saying that we need something else. And, I am not I'm an agnostic atheist, so I don't say that I believe there is no God. I just don't feel as though I have the enough evidence to determine that there is a God. So I could be convinced. And so I think if we, as a society, move towards bringing people into this notion of spirituality, then the rest of it will kind of fall into place.
Yeah, if
I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
If everyone acted like God, you would know God is real, because you would be like, yeah, everyone is so great and so nice to me and so wonderful and treat me like I'm worth and treat me like I matter and treat me like, God would treat me. So, there would be an example of God you could point to.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Guantek, any last questions?
So maybe I can explain to you kind of my thought process on this, and you can tell me if you agree or not, and if it would eventually lead to where you're at. Would you say that if God is everything outside the universe and within the universe, that we're all basically just pieces of the universe experiencing itself? So wouldn't that mean that, yeah, we are a part of God?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything is God's. It's of God. It's like the you need water to drink to stay alive, and God needs us. Like God needs us. We mean as much to him as we mean to ourselves. So it's like it's a 360. Like everything needs each other. We all need each other, and it needs us. And that's what God is. We need each other, and that's just a characteristic of God's nature. He needs to love us, and I don't think people understand that we need each other just as much as we need water. And we need to know God better. We need to know who he is, his identity better, to be able to be able to understand how we are all God and how everything is God. I think, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm gonna give Guantek the floor. If there's anything you want the people to know, where they can find you, anything else, the floor, sir, is yours.
Don't really have much to say on it, really. I was just very curious myself on, getting some of my questions answered. I think the best I could do is just say, keep on being the universe that keeps experiencing itself, I guess.
Beautiful. Fair enough. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And then Marilyn, if I don't know if you have a channel. I didn't even ask. I apologize. But yeah, let me give you the floor. If you have a channel, if you have social media, if you have anything where people can find you, or a message for the people, anything at anything at all, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks for having me out. This was fun. Someone sent me a link, so I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And I liked that review a lot better than Jim Bob's. So thank you. I don't have a channel. I do have a Twitter. I mean, it's probably what they got the new YouTube showing our whole name now. So yeah, my Twitter's 1313_Marilyn. But other than that, nope, I don't have a channel. Thank you. This is fun.
Beautiful. All right. Well, thank you so very, very much for joining us. We definitely have a lot of disagreement, but this should be something for all of the Christians out there. Guys, I can have these conversations. It's y'all that get upset. I'm just saying. Marilyn, thank you so very, very much for joining us. We did not expect this. This was a great addition to all of this. And hopefully we'll see you again.
Yeah, of course. I think atheists are closer to Christians anyway. So.
There we go.
Closer to God.
There you go. There you go. Thank you so much. You have a great night. All right, man. Well, I did not expect Marilyn to come up, but hey, that was more interesting than I thought it was going to be. Oh, I can't wait to tell Rob. Like, yeah, we were doing your thing, and then she came on up, and I think it was a good conversation. You know, like Frank is saying she's an amateur. Was it? I think it was either Section 230 or Deaf that was saying, you know what, or maybe Liberty. I forget. I apologize. But somebody was saying, she's a lot more honest than other Christians out there that are just kind of making it up as you go, and I think that's really, really fair. Section 2 state, especially the Jews back then, Pharisees, Sadducees, they also had their own set of books. Yeah, and I see a lot of contradictions, but that wasn't what we were doing here. I was more interested in where she was coming from, because there's a difference in like, this is my point about Christian and God being bad words. They're not good at spreading the message that is supposed to come with it. And so we do need to have those conversations. And sometimes you Christians get a little bit feisty and emotional when I'm just like, what do you think? So shout out to Marilyn. Let's give her a dilly. Grabbing more balls and a bunch of you to come on up and actually talk about what she actually believes. My question is, prove, how do you know that God is the perfect abstract? How do you know that? That is my question. Do you agree with me that an abstract in terms of abstract from what? John is everywhere. Shout out to John. Gomez said, I don't obsess myself on if Trump is Christian or not. Not really my concern. Yeah, I didn't think you would be. We just got haters hating. And Compliment says, Maryland goated. What was the other word that Compliments loves to use? I forget the other one, but goated. Okay, well then, fine. But then you have to prove that it is, in fact, an axiom. You have to prove that there is nothing. But, oh, yeah, cucked. Oh, Let's got cucked by Maryland. Oh, my God. So maybe that will be the next. Maybe that is a good mini blood sport prompt. You can't prove an axiom. I like that. Maybe next time. Guys, I want to give you such a big thank you for hanging out. And I really enjoyed going through this. Apparently, you guys already knew who Rob was, which is awesome. But if you didn't, go check him out. Both the videos that we watched are linked in the description below. And like we said, the next show is going to be me. And then I'm going to be like, oh my God, it's Rob Noerr! So we got, I definitely would love to have you guys here to help him interrogate me. Not because he needs help with interrogation, but because you guys know me better. And I genuinely want to be the best version of what it is. I genuinely believe what I have to offer this world, or at least this country, is real. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. But I need to know that I'm wrong and that we cannot do any better than Yahweh and Christianity as humans. The moment I know that that is true, I put my hands up and say, you guys win. Until then, I will continue to search for the highest truth. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I don't know why they were doing that. So like, if I don't recognize you from your ad, I usually will recognize you from your profile picture, but if I don't recognize you from your ad, I don't know why they're doing that. I don't like it at all. But you know, shout out to I am Charlie Kirk. John said Marilyn is wrong. I'm sure of it. I'm not sure of it, but I'm pretty sure of it. So, but there's only one way to find out, guys. It's to keep having these conversations. And to all of you who are like, well, what's the alternative? Are you under the impression that Christianity just fell out of the sky and was established in one day? Did we not remember that the Jews had their own books, their own rituals, their own ideas? So this silly notion that me, some schmuck, some dude pointing out, hey, I'm just noticing that a lot of people aren't believing in Christianity, to pivot to, well, what's the alternative? That's irrelevant at this point in time. Let's address the problem that Christianity is not bringing people in. Christianity is not creating a better society. So let's do better. What is better? I don't know. In the same way that John the Baptist didn't know everything that Jesus was going to say, call it a leap of faith. Take a leap of faith on the Indian Jesus. Well, exactly. So that goes to my point, that to say, well, you already have to have an idea. You have to have a fully formed a moral structure in order to say that Christianity is not true. No, the fuck I don't. Because that's not how any of this works. And you guys all know that. You know that even with the belief in a God who knew all of the stuff beforehand, still, that's not how it played out for humans. Oh yeah, we should we gotta get you back, Marilyn. We gotta talk more about some Lucifer stuff. That really tickled my brain, but we didn't get there. But we'll definitely have to. But exactly, the idea that Trump, I mean, it's a lot of other people, but yeah, exactly. So there's no going back. There's no going back. So again, I'll use the analogy that I often use. That if you go up to the 50th floor on a skyscraper and you climb out the window and you're stepping on the ledge, you're on the ledge and then there's nothing. If somebody came to you and was like, hey, you should not be on that ledge. And you're like, what are you talking about? If I'm not on this ledge, I'm going to fall to my death. And I'm like, well, what if you just, hear me out, climb inside? Prove to me that we are stuck on the ledge of the skyscraper and that there is no window for us to walk into. And then, and only then, will I put my hands up and say, you guys are right. Christianity is the best that humanity can do. Until then, you have got work to do. Yeah, I figured that. Let's give a shout out to the donations. We got Funkmaster General with the memberships. Guys, don't forget did I pin the link? Let's repin the Discord link, which is free. And if you hit this link, it is now pinned. If you hit the link before the stream is over, you get to come and join the after party. And if you are one of the 5 who got a gifted membership from Funkmaster General, you've got the whole month for free. Well, thank you. We also got our boy Box. And of course, Guam Tech. We get Box one more again. And then so generous with the $10. Marilyn, thank you so much. Guys, I know that you could be doing anything else in the world. I know. And yet here you are, hanging out with me, Guamtech, and Marilyn. It means a lot. Now, I will say, somebody still can drop $8, and I have some push-ups to do. But you didn't hit the goal. Despite that, I very, very, very much appreciate all of you guys. And remember, Rob will be here live. If you are not subscribed, make sure you are subscribed. Even if you're one of those people that just kind of like, jumps around, just make an exception for me. Like, come on, look how fucking cute this dog is, right? Like, do something like that. Shout out to Psychic Boy. Said W live stream. Thank you so very, very much. You are the one that needs to subscribe. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. I do appreciate it. Once again, thank you to Marilyn. Shout out to Rob. Thank you for Guamtech for coming up. Once again, guys, that is Morty, the Overlord. And I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, when Rob Noerr will be here, we are out of here. Peace.